As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. We're here for BALLBUSTERS Live, I think, episode 100 and something, 104 to be exact. Let's whip it on over to Discord to the Master of Ceremonies, the distinguished Nathan Oakley.
Good evening, and welcome to all of you out in BALLBUSTERS land on the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel. Good to have you all. Please share the show. Welcome to the rest of the BALLBUSTERS. Hello. QE's not going to do that bit clearly.
Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Evening.
I assumed he'd gone for a banana straight away or something.
Shut up.
Evening. Yeah,
Quite possible. Quite possible. What's on the docket today? Did look at
Gravity.
the thumbnail. Gravity. Gas go down, go boom boom, go splash splash.
Everything go down, go boom boom, go splash splash.
In the intro, Neil was asking if trees or bamboo or stuff that shoots up wouldn't count. And I was like, why wouldn't it count? And it's like, well, because it's attached. So what? If they can take you not doing anything and call it 1G, you can point out that grass is growing up or whatever you want. Now, why couldn't you use that to debunk gravity?
Good point. I never thought about it that way, but I reckon you're correct.
I've used it in an argument before. Trees are growing up.
Didn't we have one some time ago where some numpty came in and trees were growing upside down or something? It's way back there, man.
I wondered if you'd remember. Exactly. I was going to go to that. I'm glad you've got a good memory. Yeah, exactly. We had one guy that had that argument put to him, and in the midst of cognitive dissonance, argued that no, trees grow down.
Wow.
And then he went to an example. He went to an example with vines or something in a cave, and gave the example of the roots growing upwards, but the tree actually growing down, something like that, just to try and incorporate gravity.
Yep. I can't remember the particulars because it was so many years ago, man.
Right. Yes, just to answer Neil. Yeah, you asked me, explain why you can debunk all things going down. And it's like, well, some things don't go down. That's the end of the argument. You can get into explaining what relative density disequilibrium is, if you like. You don't have to, because positive assertion comes with a claim of a phenomena that does not occur. That is to say that all things go down. Why do all things go down? Well, because we've got a force that's pulling them all down. And it acts equally across everything because it's a force of down. That's not really a force, but you can think of it as a force when you know that it's a fourth dimensional pseudo-Riemannian time dimension bending. But ultimately, once you unpack their positive assertion in the first instance that there's an always in effect downward vector, point out that there isn't. That's the end of the argument, right?
Good figure. That's not the case, though. It seems like we're on the turnstile and gravity is back up. Not only is it from, the Baltards, they have to stick to this fairy tale gravity, but now we have pretender clown flat earthers trying to replace it. So I figure it was about time we head on back to old Gravy Bones and take a couple shots at her.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really understand this current phenomena in our own community of people replacing non-effect that we don't experience with a new equal and opposite non-effect that we don't experience, whether it be an incoherent dielectric accelerative downward bias or an Earth accelerating upward. Like, why are you reinventing a new outrageous claim where there's no requirement for one? So, as much as we know gravity isn't real, we understand and appreciate why gravity is still peddled, even as a non-force force that you can think of as a force that creates an emergent force. Why is that? Why is it still needed to have that much doublespeak attached to it and still be in existence? Can't you just do away with it? No, you've got to be held to the side of a spinning water ball. Without your spinning water ball, and a recognition that not all things go down, there is no positive claim from a flat earther to make. There's no need to say that Earth is moving up, not counteracting any force or any effect that we experience. So it's just an outrageous claim at that point. Same with a downward bias, whether it be through incoherent dielectric accelerative forces or centrifugal forces in a concave Earth. It doesn't matter. It's an outrageous claim where there isn't one required. There's nothing needed for a flat earther. Concaver, as I just dropped in, maybe. You ain't one. You're not spinning. You're not being held to the outside edge or the inside edge of a spinning ball. Why have a positive claim to only offer one outcome for your opponent on the ball side? The outcome is that they've got an opposite to argue within false dichotomy. It's either gravity holding us to a spinning water ball, or an incoherent dielectric accelerative downward bias, or an upward moving Earth. Which one should we argue about? Because the winner is going to convince the audience that their rhetoric's true. Okay, let's go. Why?
Well,
no, we don't.
well,
we don't have
we
all
all
things
sit in
going
the
down.
same-
That's
Can I
not
do
true. It doesn't happen. Conclusion time. My bad. Not all things go down. That's the end of the argument. As soon as you can point out to them that not all things go down, therefore there's no need to explain why that happens, because it doesn't.
Why do the
There-
majority
there's
of things
needs
go down?
outside of- there's needs outside of argumentation, though. There's heart's
What are the
desire.
majority of
There's
things?
desire to understand a little bit beyond when there is no need for an answer for a little bit beyond, right? And that's what's pulling at them. They just want to know why, right? And it's pointless. And so they dive beyond their grasp into the ethereal, and that's where they're staying. And it's basically their feelings carrying them, not logic, because logically they don't need to go there, as you said. But yeah, people unfortunately reprioritize like that.
Before we get to Adam, somebody said the majority. Why do majority things go down? I heard that in the background.
They don't.
Yeah, I
either.
asked that. I was curious as to why the majority of things go down, and if just
Name
a couple of
three
outlying
things.
things going up negates all of things going down.
All the things going down. Name 3 things in your room going down right now. Time's up. So 0 things going down in your room right now. Name 3. It's a total
Why do the
fail.
majority of things go down?
Here's your question. I asked you, name.
Can you
everyone
answer
shut up.
my question without asking me a question?
I answered. I said they're not. I said name 3 things in your room that are going down. And
You
repeated
answered my question with another question?
no. I said they're not, and then gave you an example of them not doing that by asking you with my example that was a question.
I just
after
knocked
the
3 things
No.
off my desk. Why did they fall?
You pushed them off.
Why did they go down to the ground?
You pushed them. Were they helium balloons that you pushed off your desk? 'Cause they're
Why
not
didn't they go up to the ground? Why didn't they go up? Why didn't they go
like a
sideways?
cloud. Okay, meanwhile, unless you interfere with things, that's just you interfering with things. Nothing's going down. But the gases around you are all going up, without exception. All of them have come out of the ground and gone up. I can give you an example of stuff going up. Unless you do something, nothing's going down.
Oh, so it's somehow kinetic energy based?
What? Nothing's going. You haven't responded to my rebuttal. I said nothing.
What
can
rebuttal?
is
You asked me a
I'm talking to
question.
him. Now he's talking to me. I asked you to example 3 things going down, and you made them go down. I haven't done anything to look up at the clouds and see them forming above me. Or
Wait, you think I'm just going to see things falling in my room?
You're interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me? What is your scumbag problem when I'm answering you?
Oh, I'm
The point is,
sorry.
I
Did I
just have to shut up and listen.
interrupt you?
Said you were here to learn. You're not. You're here to interrupt me. You said I asked you a question. I heard your response. Then I pointed out that my response was not all things go down. And by way of an example with a question, I asked you if anything's going down in your room, and it wasn't until you interfered with it. I didn't hear anything go down. So while you verbalized things going down, you didn't actually push anything off your desk. I didn't hear anything clatter in your microphone. Nothing went down still, unless you do something future tense. Meanwhile, before you interrupt for a 3rd time, I don't have to do a damn thing to look at the clouds and know that they are going up. They're not going down. Neither is all the gases around me. So
You think
again,
the clouds are going up?
same conclusion. Fourth interruption. Same conclusion. 4 times. What's your scumbag problem?
The
It's not
clouds are going up.
rhetorical. What's your malfunction? That's not rhetorical. I've attempted 4 times to give you the same answer, and 4 times you've interrupted the conclusion.
You seem extremely high strung.
You seem to be unfamiliar with how the code of conduct here
Owen,
in
shut up.
the
Owen,
show.
That your rebuttal. You are very high strung. You say most things go down. Why do the majority go down? No, they're not.
No, that wasn't a rebuttal. That was just an
You being high
observance.
strung, talking through me 5th time.
I'm
Heard what you
sorry.
said. You said you
Go
yeah.
ahead, sir.
I'm trying to respond. You said I'm high strung. I'm trying to respond.
Yeah, go ahead. You're
That's
high
the gap.
strung.
Now you're talking
Kind of
through
sound
me.
like you're
I
high
asked why
strung.
you're a scumbag. Just mute him. He can't tolerate. I'm responding to you. You said you're very high strung. People get high strung when people interrupt them 5 times when they've had the conclusion laid out to them. They don't acknowledge the conclusion. They don't respond to the conclusion. And when they do, they tell you, rather than a response to the conclusion you've given, tell you that you personally are high strung. Oh, I've pointed out that nothing's going down as you've asked why the majority of stuff goes down. It doesn't. I've given examples of stuff that's going up that I don't have to interfere with in any way. I've swiftly overcome your argument, and all you've done is try and interrupt.
You really seem
And there you are again.
stressed.
Yeah, there you are again.
It's very stressful for you, isn't it?
He
Stressful
doesn't
when you
need to
interrupt.
share the
Yeah, it's
thanks.
stressful at the conclusion that somebody interrupting 6 times. I'm going to summarize the fact that you aren't addressing anything I've
Why
said.
are you so angry? Are you
Attempting to
angry
interrupt
right now?
So you don't have to listen to it. So you don't have to listen to it. You think it's better to interrupt the conclusion.
Yeah, I stopped him. Listen, this isn't a show that we appeal to other people's emotions or intents, little ad homs. You have to provide substance to the argument. Okay? You following me?
The rebuttal stone is that not all things are going down unless you interfere with them, and I can example stuff that's going up. In conclusion, some stuff goes up, some stuff goes down, some stuff remains neutral. We don't require a force of down. End of argument.
Yes. Anything substantive you have, do not attack the person, deal with the argument.
I didn't hear the argument. I'm curious.
Because you were talking through it.
Things don't go down because clouds go up. Is that the gist of it?
No.
I'll summarize again slower. In a slowed down voice for you who are
Hey,
slow.
Nathan, I got an idea. Why don't you ask one of these people that you indoctrinate every day?
Oh, I see. So rather than hearing the slowed down response that he didn't understand, he wants to introduce a new ad hom when he's been told by the host not to. Scumbag. Yeah.
I
Some
recognize he's
things
a
go
troll.
down, some things go up, some things remain neutral. Therefore, there is no need to explain a bias down. Second time's a charm.
Last chance. Stick to the argument,
troll.
not personal attacks.
I have not personally attacked anybody.
Okay. You're finished.
I told him to keep it
strung.
up, just keep your mind open. And he didn't. He
I
came with
haven't
an
attacked
attitude.
anybody, so it's now a liar.
Yep.
Just call me high strung. Let's just see if he can address this.
And he
His
said
lie.
you indoctrinated.
Neil and Arwen, can you not tell there's a discussion going on? Thank you. Neil, just keep it down. Thank you. Stone said you didn't attack the person. You called me high strung. You're a liar.
Are you taking high strung as an insult?
It's directed at me personally. It's not in any way addressing the argument. It's an ad hom. Absolutely, you're a liar.
I'm a liar about what? You being high strung?
You weren't attacking me. Personally, you were. That's what that was. It's an at the person, at the man, ad hominem. You dumb? Do you not know what an ad hom is? You are guilty of it. You said you weren't, making you a liar. Simple.
Just seemed really high strung to me. I don't know
Okay,
if
that's
you're
it.
okay.
There it is again.
Yeah.
Let's get lost time, M Stone. Yeah, you're not a tolerable guest. Yeah, you can't address any of my arguments. That's the problem. The reason you're calling me high strung is because an ad hominem fallacy is where you don't have a rebuttal. All you have is attacking the person. So calling me high strung addresses the fact that not all things go down. for a downward bias of gravity force that you need to explain all things going down, or most things going down, which I also addressed. You've got absolutely nothing to come back at me with. So I will conclude with you on mute because you can't do anything but ad hom me in response to my 7th rendition of this to you, M. Stone. 7. What have you got in response? I think you're very high strung. No, 7 responses to your gravity need for a downward bias explanation that isn't required because not all things are going down, and I've exampled plenty of things that are going up. You haven't given me anything other than when you interfere with it. 7 times. Try again, M. Stone. Last chance.
Last chance. Go ahead.
No, this is great. I agree with everything you say. Spot on.
Excellent. So gravity isn't required. Nonsense made-up story for people who think they're stuck to the side of a spinning water ball in a sky vacuum. What a load of old nonsense, eh, Stone?
Pardon?
Said, it's not required. Not all things are going down. There isn't a need for an explanation of a downward bias simply because some fundamentalist religious zealots think they're stuck to a spinning water ball flying at astronomical speeds through a sky vacuum. It's simply not required. Assertion that things go down, or the majority, as you said, and I overcame 7 times, isn't the case. Gravity is not needed. Conclusion time, Stone. Conclusion. The winner gets to conclude. That's me, not you.
Yeah, you're a real winner.
That's correct. A winner. I won. You attempted to ambast my response.
What do you think you won?
And interruptions. So you thought that you would win by interrupting and attacking me personally. You didn't, Stone. You lost.
I'm not trying to win anything, Nathan. I'm not trying to win anything, but
only did you lose the debate that I was rumpus 7 times over because you couldn't take the rebuttal. It was too much for you. You also demonstrated your poor debating skills with fallacies. That's what you did. You are a loser here, Stone. You lost your gravity and you lost your sphere religion many, many years ago. You're still fighting that cog dis. I can attack you personally too based on your performance here, Stone. I can do it and get away with it because I've got justification based on your performance here today.
You know this is how the internet's going to remember you, right? Your kids.
I hope so. Annihilating people like you with 7 renditions that need rumpusing because you can't tolerate them because they're too much to bear.
No,
I hope
that's another
I really hope this is how people remember me.
That's another reification fallacy. The internet has no memory. It has no bad breath. It's non sequitur.
It's where he lives. It's his world of the internet that he lives in. Very little real world experience, I don't doubt. Other than knocking people's hats
Really?
off.
You think I have little world experience? I have to admit, I've never sold speakers before.
Never knocked anybody's hat off. Great interpersonal skills you've got there. Great communication, knocking people's hats off.
Oh, and I knocked one of your boys' hats off.
So I'm right then. So I'm right. So I'm absolutely correct. You have poor interpersonal skills. Yeah, I know. You're stuck
Dealing
in the
with
internet.
flat earthers.
People who are stuck in the internet.
Difficult to deal with the flat earthers without knocking something off.
With people, or they interrupt because they can get away with it online. Yeah. Yeah, I interacted with people personally. They gave me
Yeah, you know I'll do it to your face, Nathan. You know.
All right, that's enough. You're finished.
Make sure to bring the clown's nose.
Yeah.
Sure
meanwhile, I'll take away your religious belief in a sphere. That's what I'll do. I'll rob you of your religion while you're knocking my hat off. You'll have sleepless nights over your religion being lost. I won't worry about my hat being knocked off.
I don't think I can take any more fantastic proofs for gravity. That was one of the best rebuttals I've never heard. Stone.
That'll be the last rebuttal you hear too, because he's not coming off moot. I gave him plenty of chances. I reasoned with him, and still kept going. So that's it.
He had nothing. It was put a very simple question that he couldn't answer, even, So that's why it descended to that.
Yep. I got another great idea. Why don't you adopt the mantra, right, adopt a lifelong, well, not lifelong, but at least 4-year mantra. Falsification is independent of replacement, and live by it, and then all of a sudden try to replace what you falsified. Let's do that.
I've never heard you say that before. Falsification is independent replacement. That's a fantastic little statement.
Yeah, it is.
Absolutely correct.
It is, and I said it many years ago, but somebody, I think they came up with it on their own too, because it's very simple. You don't have to destroy something, right? You don't have to replace something that's already destroyed. So everyone knows who I'm talking about. Falsification is independent of replacement, and that's very true. I used many examples of it in the past with the courtroom. Yeah. But now, once you adopt that mantra and you roll with it for a few years, then you all of a sudden turn it on its side and start replacing things that have been falsified. Sounds like a contradiction to me. Doesn't it? Shits it. 60. You know those all too well.
Complex.
Say again.
You're ahead of me a little bit. This is a God complex, and Nathan outlined why we don't need an explanation, or why, or more importantly, why an explanation is required for gravity. What the excuse is for gravity is to maintain a sphere. Okay, and then we don't need that as flat earthers. But what we've got at the moment is people with a God complex, as far as I can see. So we're not trying to directly replace gravity because it's no longer needed. But what we're trying to do is step outside of creation and understand a natural law. I heard it in chat, why is down, down? Well, if stuff went to the left, that would be called down, and everything would be orientated differently. So we've got a kind of God complex that we want to understand creation even further. And I said this back in the day with Bob. This is trying to ascribe a causation for orientation of how relative density and buoyancy play out. The things beyond, to me, worthy of investigation because of look at the weak attempts that go off. First, we've got gravity, a downward force, and now what have we got? We've got pseudo-intellectual replacement of the same thing. Slight nuances, but they're still locked in the same Newtonian paradigm. That the causation for orientation is a force of some description, be that a minute, non-emergent or emergent electrodynamic causation of orientation based on the electrical alignment of the plane and the heavens, or whether it's based on more ludicrous supposition of an upward accelerating Earth. All of them are still very limited in their trying to understand how the Creator made things happen. They're still stuck in a very Newtonian paradigm, leading them to have to ascribe a force. It's the only way their mind can resolve the problem, is to ascribe a force.
Why is down, down? Isn't that on the level of why don't our arms grow out of our earlobes? It's at that level.
It's got some great words in it, though, hasn't it? I mean, even the title, Incoherent Dielectric Acceleration. Do you remember the Merovingian in Matrix Reloaded? Like wiping your ass with silk. The words that they use for incoherent dielectric acceleration are the words that Adam just used. It's wonderful. They're great words. And when you're using them, sound really smart. Yeah.
Adam.
Sadly, ultimately, they are incoherent. When you try to comprehend those sentences you hear, they become incoherent in of themselves.
Adam, you're falling down on the job, sir.
Sorry.
Let me just... Am I back on it? I thought Nathan was... I thought I was like always standing boy, you know, in case there's a problem.
Not sharp today.
Shamon, Flat Earth Travolta. Thank you. $20 super chat.
Okay, we can move on now. Sorry for the interruption.
It's good that we can practice what we preach. And I typically hear a word that I don't know. It intrigues me, and I want to know what the word means. Now, some people might view that and go, well, it's dumb. Doesn't know what that word means. Well, I don't care. As long as I know at the end, because somebody's explained it to me. When you get into the wrangle-dangle with people peddling incoherent dielectric accelerative forces, they don't know the words they're using. They can't define them half the time. So you get nowhere. So what you have to do, you hear a load of, I'd swear, a load of mumbo-jumbo. And then you go away and you look at all the words that they've used and see what they actually mean. You go, what the hell is this stuff? Half the time, the words that they're using, if you actually go and research what the words mean, unpack the very claim that they're making in the description of the word that they've used. They've used it because, like I say, it's like wiping your ass with silk when you say some of this stuff. And people really gobble it up. But very few people understand and employ the Socratic method. They're not going to ask, what does that mean? Do you think it means? Let's agree together. Let's define our terms and agree upon them. That we all understand what we're talking about. We're talking about counter space, for example. That's a perfect example. Sounds wonderful, doesn't it? When you actually look into what it is, go, do they know what this is? Where it's come from? I don't think they do.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Why? Why do they want to do that? Why do they want to substitute? Why do you need a new map? Why do you need to be telling people you've got special knowledge when you don't have that knowledge? Yeah, they're the things that confuse me. It's the same thing as the ball, trying to paint a paradigm with falsehood. I'm humble enough to say I don't know, and I'm confused, particularly with some of the flat earth groups where they'll peddle these paradigms, which I'd love to see the joining of these two theories. But they'll peddle these things to people and use their kudos, their respect that the community has with them, to peddle it. And not once say, but I can't prove it. And these are the things that are not commensurate to me with why I joined this community. I know you hate this word, but why we're here. Yeah, forget the community. Why we're here, why we started here. We started out attacking lies and false proofs. And now parts of us have descended to disseminating the same things.
Yep.
And I ask why? Why do you want to feel superior to your other people with falsehoods?
Well, they're using the same techniques and tactics used by the pseudoscientists that got us in this mess in the first place, and they don't even realize it. That's
Well, maybe they do.
That's the scary part.
Seduction.
They realize it?
Maybe.
That
Well,
was
maybe
my
in a way-
accusation.
Well, look, popularity, fame, even from the ignorant, can be very seducing, right?
Yep, Owen's right.
It happens.
Yeah, it's absolutely correct. Owen's spot on. It is offered up to them because popularity is afforded to people who speculate. It is that simple. If you don't like you. I want an answer. If you haven't got one, then that's not good enough.
Yeah, but I don't know if they realize it. I don't know if they realize it, though.
Before you go there, that's the point I want to address.
Let me just try and answer Kiwi. They do realise it because of the numbers. You can watch the numbers. If you're a YouTube videographer, in the case of Witsit he is, you can watch your popularity grow as you start disseminating this stuff. When you try and withhold stuff that you're ambiguous about or don't know, people don't like it. Now, I know this because in my progression through YouTube, what I've done is been a skeptic for most of the time. And in every single example, people have sighed and rolled their eyes and they want you to indulge their fantasy. It doesn't matter if it's, what was the first one was clone centers, reptilians, the Mandela effect, no forests on a flat earth, gematria, numerology. The list goes on and on and on. And every single time I'm skeptical of it all. And it does me no favors. People want fantasy. Now, if you juxtapose what I personally juxtaposed what I got out of heliocentrism. It was magical, bigger than life, and that level of fantasy I loved. People love sci-fi. Well, if you lose that, I remember the pain I started to tell people about when I started making videos and coming to Flat Earth and going, I've just spent 3, 4, 5, 6 months filling up about 3 6 terabyte hard drives with all my DVDs and Blu-rays, most of which are space-based. And now they're kind of sat there redundant, not getting used after I've spent so much time putting them on. Why? Because I can't extract the suspension of disbelief from that anymore. You look for it elsewhere. What do you find? Britney Spears is a clone. Taylor Swift is a clone.
But
You
Nathan,
go,
hold on, because
Why they're
No.
come
Stop.
on, let me come on.
Owen, I'll come back to you straight away. But
Fuck's
shout
sake.
out Tony Whitcomb.
Yeah,
Going back to the previous point, he says,
and Flat Earth
It's in-
Travolta too.
Arwen, don't be
nice.
interrupting. Call out for super chats. It's Adam's job.
he maybe doesn't realise that because he got here a little late. Adam's going to be calling out the super chats. If he interrupts you, there's a good chance he just wants to call out a super chat quickly, and then we'll
okay.
pick up on the discussion.
Okay.
I did say I'll come straight back to you, Owen. Okay, so thanks, Tony Whitcomb, £10 super chat. It's in the title, Incoherent. Correct, Tony. It's one of those Freudian slips, isn't it?
No.
Thanks, Tony. $10. Owen, off you go, bro. Don't butt in, QE.
yeah. Now I lost my train of thought.
It was about clone centers.
Nathan
I said
still
Britney
didn't
Spears-
answer. Nathan, you still didn't answer. You said that they do realize that they're using the same tactics and techniques that got us in this mess in the first place. You didn't show that.
I backed it up based on what Arwen said. So Arwen said it's down to popularity, and I said that if you're watching your numbers grow, the nonsense that you put out, and you're gonna do what makes you successful. If that makes you
That's
successful,
true.
you'll do more of it.
That's true, but
I
that
remember
still
they
doesn't.
do.
That's true, but it still doesn't validate that you're doing it, and still have in the back of your mind that you're using the same techniques and tactics that got us in the mess in the first place. They're not connected.
That's what I wanted to call you on.
But that's just
That's why
parroting. You see it, you
Right.
copy it.
QE, you
What?
said this. Yeah, I don't think they realise what they're doing. Yeah, they know not what they do. Yeah, that's yeah. That's what I took objection to, and that was my accusation directly. No, these aren't people like we've just been chatting with M. Stone. These are people that were amongst us and set some of those standards and were there as we took these things apart. And as Nathan goes on to show, it's funny how the rate of flow has increased with the rate of subscription or popularity, how more unproven things are provided as it's shown to be more profitable. That's where I generally make the call on why I said what I said.
Yeah, but you could just realize. Yeah, but you could just say, okay, well, let's speculate. People like speculation. People like fantasy, but not make the connection to using the same tactics and techniques, even though that's what they're doing. Do you follow what I'm saying? There isn't.
But people want story
Yeah,
time.
right.
People want a complete story.
Right.
That's what they want.
He's trying to segue us onto that track, which is fine, which is to say that the techniques that are used, how we've ended up on a ball. And he's right, but when you say techniques, I think that's a bad word, because in the same way the ball is self-perpetuating, if you think of who's the guy who does the refracted horizon, is it Andrew Thomas Young? It's just a guy. He's come across a problem and put it into a framework that can bend a tangent. Well, mathematically, he thinks he's doing a good job, and he's presumably not been charged with doing that. He's just done it. Well, why? Well, because he needs to square the circle. Through no motivation other than needing to square a circle that wasn't square. He's done it. The same is applied to Fight the Flat Earth, or Professor Dave, or the Rumpus. Maybe not the Rumpus, he's definitely a shill. You know what I'm getting at. These people are motivated by confirmation, be it with subscribers or with people just agreeing with them that are looking for the confirmation if it's a baller, or looking for the new fantasy if it's a flat earther. Those things reinforce that behavior. And then that behavior perpetuates a new lie. And the new lie uses the same methodology as the old lie, which is where your point is hoping. I've hopefully laid the tracks for everyone else to now talk about this the way you want it, as you've mentioned 3 times.
I would see it very different. Well, not very different, a little bit different. Hello, everyone. I have to kind of butt in here. No, they know that what they're pushing at the moment is not proven, but they're hoping that it will be proven in the future. And they even said, one of them even said that it will be proven via scientific method in the future.
Hold on, Brian. You've got to be more clear. Because the lines are so blurred between incoherent dielectric acceleration, upward flying fourth dimensional bent geodesics in space-time and upward
I'm
Earth,
talking about the.
and
I'm talking
gravity
about
is a
the.
force. Just only there. So if I know you were actually talking about incoherent dielectric acceleration when you said that some of them have said that they're going to hope for gravity to be proven. That's not gravity, it's incoherent dielectric acceleration, but both have the same applied. Both have the same thing being true. They would hope they'll scientifically validate gravity one day, and they'll hope that to validate incoherent dielectric acceleration with science one day. Sound familiar, right?
Got to save that rebuttal for me, Brian, please, just for a second. Retro Bill, shout out, $5 super chat. I'm not buying Nathan's suspension of disbelief. I could clearly see the wires. Cheers, Retro Bill. Go on, off you go, Bright.
Wires? What's he talking about? On the like ISS
Wires in the space movies.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Fine.
No, I didn't actually mention gravity, but the point I was making, and Nathan, it's correct that it does translate over to the ballers, but in a lesser way. The ballers kind of accept that they won't be able to prove this through scientific method, their claims. It won't happen. It can't happen. But on our own side, we have incoherent dielectric acceleration proponents who do believe that this thing will be proven to be a real thing. They do believe this, and that's the problem. They're starting with a belief, not with a phenomenon. And they're hoping to find... Go on, sorry, Adam.
Well, that's the point, Bright, yeah? What that accusation you make there, that they said they're going to claim that is, and that's the disconnect for me, that we've got people that joined the flat earth scene and got there by demonstrating to themselves that the evidences and the proofs they were given were falsehoods to support the ball. Didn't mean you could define things, and certainly a lot of these people were very adamant of that, that you couldn't define things. But now they're doing exactly that at a standard that frankly is a lot lower than what the ball presents. And that's where I go to the accusation of why. Why are you doing this? You've certainly abandoned your principles of how you got here. And I'm happy to keep making that accusation, because that's the crux of whatever crap we've got to listen to. Ultimately, why are you doing it? Is it for viewers and money? Before you carry on, Tony Whitcomb, shout out £10 super chat. Ever heard anyone say incoherent level water? Me neither. Words have meaning, but you guys are ahead of me, so I'm probably falling on deaf ears. Lol. Thanks, Tony. Cheers, bro.
So it was a really good example. Yeah, when you know things are true, when you describe horizontal, you don't describe an incoherent horizontal. You don't need to. Right, it's just a horizontal, it's well defined. I think there is a number of them, Adam, that don't appreciate that there is no absolute direction of down. I actually think that still needs explaining. In other words, they don't think they're on the wrong track because the indoctrination of there being a non-phenomena. So when you're not moving, when you're not flying off your seat, that's the phenomena. And to the point where, if you imagine back in 2015, when people would ask you at the most crude of level in debate for gravity, why aren't you just flying off your chair then? Yeah? In other words, they've still got the idea that there must be something holding me to my chair. Like, no, you're more dense than the medium you're in. If you weren't, you'd float up through the medium. Up. they think there's still a down and only a down. Back in the day, 2-3 years ago, probably even more, it's a repetitive thing, this. He pointed out that there's only one absolute direction that we can identify for us as humans, as people, right? But everything else is relative. Around, the stars change, right? It's relative. Down in a certain medium might not be down for something else. Depends. It depends. It's relative. It's specific to the medium, specific to the density. Again, we're getting into explanations that we don't have to, simply because there's a faction of people that, rather than thinking, I just need the views, and yeah, I know it's not proven, like, hopefully we'll scientifically validate why there's always a downward bias, because they even say it. They think there's a downward bias.
I'll address this down, but super chats are wild. First of all, James Richards, $5 super chat. Come out of her, my people, lest you partake in her plagues. You're walking around like Truman. Might take a minute to sink in that. Thanks, James Richards. And
One time thing. She said she loved me. What do you want? What does he even know about that?
Lady I love. Liz the Iron Maiden gives us a nice emoji. 199 chat. Thank you, Liz. Good to see you, mate. Just to address Dan, there's certain ways of trying to describe things. And if I'm on a plane, I think in terms of orientation of how relative density disequilibrium plays out, I could describe vectors to things so that I can describe them mathematically and relate that to the disequilibrium and how it plays out. I've got no problem with that. My issue is trying to ascribe a cause to that. And it comes back to what I said earlier. All I see at the moment is naivety and holding on to Newtonian mechanics, that because we thought the Earth was a ball and the reason down was because of gravity, then the only way of thinking to ascribe a causation for orientation of relative density and disequilibrium is to ascribe an applied force. And that's all I hear from all these people. I've got no problem in pondering these things. I think you have to have a level of respect of what you're pondering and stick it into the realms of natural law for now. Anything else, I think, is your ego talking, if I'm being honest. Not proof.
Sorry, I had to step away for a couple. You guys still talking about the same thing? Have you shouted out these super chats in here?
I'm smashing it, bro.
You're already done? You got them all?
Done them, smashed them, thanked them. Made my point on top.
Hey, what's up? Indio's in the chat. Good to have you, sir. Are we going to get to the presentation at some point?
Have we got a presentation?
I do.
Boom.
You do. I thought M. Stone had put something together for us.
Oh, yeah.
No, he's put himself on deafen.
Oh, let's see where I'm at here, folks.
Because he got muted.
Oh, that's the wrong one. Do we want to get to this? Maybe?
Yeah, I think so. Why haven't you started already, Em? Why are you asking me?
Well, because
You're ruining the show.
I was on the phone. That's why I've been gone for all this time. But you guys have just been rocking with it, man. Am I interrupting anything important?
Next time, don't say you've been on the phone. Nobody knew. Nobody would have known. You've spoiled the magic.
Oh, poor babies. Let's get to it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Everyone else, pop yourself on mute.
Now, you can interrupt. I don't mind. This is going to be kind of long, I think. It's one of the 8 gravity presentations I have floating around in here. So it's a good, like I said before the show, it's a good thing I popped in here. I think it was Thursday or Friday. I've been really busy this week. And I popped in and I was looking for it. And I ran into all those presentations. I said, oh my God. Because each one I try to stress something a little bit different. I said, what the heck am I going to do? So I hope this is good enough for you out there. So we'll just roll.
Question.
Say again?
Got one question. I've got one question already.
What?
Well, there's obviously an on the table issue, and this is a gravity presentation, correct?
Yeah.
It's not specific to anything other than gravity, i.e. upward rising Earth or incoherent electric acceleration.
Oh.
Given that you laboured the point about how they use the same tactics, would it be okay if I put the panel generally on alert to say, if you spot something in the presentation that can be directly compared to that, which is how flat Earth brethren utilize the same tactics or argumentation that QE is disseminating to punt an upward Earth or downward bias. Is that okay, or shall I not put them on alert as I've now done it? Technically, it would be something I'd have to undo.
Are we talking about dielectrics and UMIs?
You're making this more complicated than it is. This is just simple presentation showing the malarkey.
Upward moving Earthers, Nathan.
Stop mumbling, Adam.
He's telling me what an upward moving earther is known as in shorthand. Go ahead, Adam. What was the word again?
UMI. Upward moving earther.
UMI.
Upward rising earther.
Uri.
Oh, brother.
We want UMIs or URIs. Chat, right? Shout out the chat. Number 1 for UMIs, number 2 for URIs. And then we can move forward, Socratically agreeing what to call this numpty philosophy.
Need to know the derogatory term for the upward moving numpties.
It's not upward moving, it's upward rising.
Upward rising numpties. Go ahead, QE. Let's do this.
All right. Newton. Let's start off with Newton because that's where it always starts out with. Anyway, let's take a look at this. So, many years ago, I was all over this gravity stuff and fighting this because the evotards would bring it up. So this is many years ago, right? And what I'd do back then is I'd say, what's Newton's universal law of gravitation, right? So it's folded right into flat Earth quite nicely. It fit like a glove. So I would ask them, I'd say, please post Newton's equation. All the while knowing, that they didn't know what it was. So for the people who did post the equation, most didn't. Just want to let you know, folks. Most didn't have a clue, right? They would post this, right? I would say 5% of the people that just roll with it because they got it off Wiki, right? That's not Newton's equation. This is. So I would just roll, man. And that the name calling would start right about here, right? But because they knew that they got compromised, right? This FG and G, M1 over M2 divided by R squared is CV Boy's little addition, which was 207 friggin' years after Newton. Big G. Number 1, Newton's universal law of gravitation was published in the Principia, shout out to Adam, July 5th, 1687. This was the equation, like I just showed above, right? You see any big G in there, pretender clowns? I'm not saying it. Number 2, Cavendish didn't conduct his non-experiment, which should be known as Reverend John Michel Cavendish non-experiment, until 1789. That's 111 years after the publication of Newton's Principia and 71 years after Newton's death. Number 3, Cavendish didn't calculate a numerical value for G. I'd like to direct your attention to, look, even Laurent Hodges from the Department of Physics and Astronomy at Iowa State University even calls it the Michel-Cavendish experiment. So don't worry about this knowledge of R. That's pretty funny all in itself. Where I want to point your attention to is right down here, this circle down here, right above it. It says, Cavendish's paper did not disappoint me in this respect. So what Professor Hodges did was go tick by tick through Cavendish's paper on it. And this is what he or she come up with it. Number 1. Let me roll back. Cavendish's paper did not disappoint me in this respect. There were 3 major surprises awaiting me. The first major surprise for Laurent Hodges. First, Cavendish did not determine either big G or M. He determined the average density of the Earth. That's what I'm talking about, folks. See that? So this is a bunch of nonsense from the word go. Number 4, the modern notation involving the constant G wasn't introduced until 1894 by C.V. Boys. So the bastardization of Newton's debunked law, G, didn't make its appearance until 207 friggin' years after the Principia was published. So wait for it now. It's not Newton's law, for goodness sakes. It's not even a law. Moreover, the booger eaters ascribe gravity to Newton. Well, we're going to have some problems with that, especially Isaac Newton himself, right? Let's see what he has to say. We got his letter, and you can get this from stanford.edu. In a letter to Dr. Richard Bentley on February 25th, 1692, Isaac Newton says, excuse me, "'Tis inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without mediation of something else, which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact, as it must be if gravitation, in the sense of Epicurus, be essential and inherent in it. And this is one reason why I desired you," here comes the rub, "would not ascribe innate gravity to me." Is there anything particularly confusing about that statement? I digress. That gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum, second law of thermodynamics violation, without the mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. You want me to break that down in layman's terms? If you believe his horseshit gravity, you should be institutionalized. That's what he's saying up here. So how in the world can that be Newton's universal law of gravitation when he said to not ascribe it to him? Looks like they ascribed it to him. Yeah. I don't know, folks. We're living in some stupid time. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, yeah, that was me. You said it's okay to butt in.
Yep, go ahead.
To interrupt. Yep. Yeah. There's a lot of things that they keep on trying to hang on to around Isaac Newton's neck. Different equations like W equals mg. That's not him either.
That's incorrect. It's W equal mg. Mg love you long time.
The G that they're trying to ascribe to him, is what they call gravity, which is a force, a cause. The G in his Principia was gravitas. It's a description of weight or heavy. It isn't the same word. The word gravity is an English bastardization of the word gravitas. Gravitas means heavy or weight. Gravity is a claimed cause to weight. Two different things. So they're trying to hang that thing on his neck that he didn't claim.
Yeah, because Newton back then was all that in a bag of chips. Yep.
Exactly.
Yep. So they hung it around his neck. You're right. So turn out the lights, you mindless, wiki parroting pretender clowns. You're toast. You have absolutely no freaking clue as to what you're talking about. That's what you get from mindlessly parroting wiki and their priests, or from your ball-tart spinning space monkey congregation. Doesn't matter where you're getting it from. We know, as soon as we hear it come out of your fly trap, we know where it's coming from, and it's nonsense. This is really good right here. I like this. Again, Laurent Hodges. Shout out to Laurent Hodges. Of course, they took that web page down. But I anticipated it, so I screenshotted it. Gotcha. So, Laurent Hodges again. The evidence is clear that Michel and Cavendish both deserve credit for the Cavendish experiment, which isn't an experiment, which should probably be referred to as the Michel Cavendish experiment. You never hear that, do you? Yeah, you only hear it here. It was Michel, listen to this. It was Michel who thought the experiment up, including inventing the torsion balance that is at the heart of the experiment. It was Michel who built the original apparatus for the experiment, an apparatus clearly capable of producing the results desired. That's an interesting statement. I'll let it go. The fact that the purpose of the experiment, listen up, ball tarts. The fact that the purpose of the experiment was to determine what? The specific gravity, that's density, of the Earth suggests that geology, rather than, they're calling gravity, theoretical physics, was the motivation. How you like that? So it should be known as the Reverend John Michel Cavendish non-experiment. That's what it should be known as. And you see this? The whole purpose of the experiment was this. Not fairy tale gravity. What's that anyway? No one's defined that monkey yet. Follow? Back to the Principia. This is another major point. Right from the Principia. I have not as yet been able to discover the reason for these properties of gravity that you haven't defined yet there, sir. Well, I'm sorry, I digress. I have not as yet been able to discover the reason for these properties of gravity from phenomena, and I do not feign hypotheses. For whatever is not deduced from the phenomena must be called a hypothesis, and hypotheses, whether metaphysical or physical, oh brother, or based on occult qualities, oh, he's off the reservation, or mechanical, have no place in experimental philosophy. What in the world is that? In this philosophy, particular propositions are inferred from the phenomena and afterwards rendered general by induction. This is pregnant. I could spend hours going through every statement made here, but I won't do it. I just want to focus on, I do not feign hypotheses. He makes no hypothesis. Why? Well, because he can't. It's nonsensical, and it's not science. That's why. Can't do it. Listen up. From Nature.com, the most prestigious quote-unquote science journal in the entire friggin' world, California Institute of Technology physicist Sean Carroll arguing in the ads that hypotheses aren't simply useful tools in some potentially outmoded vision of science. They're the whole point. So Sean, Newton said he has no hypothesis for gravity. So here comes the next question. I know it's going to be a shocker. How then can it be friggin' scientific? Did I hear somebody? Did somebody want to jump in there?
Yeah, that was
Yeah, because can you scroll back to the last quote from the Principia?
The Principia, yes.
Thank you. It was 3-1, by the way. You pronounced it right once. If you read that, it's quite clear what he's saying. I know there's a lot of waffle in there, but listen to it, because it's time from where other considerations were involved, but he's ruling them out, and he's saying how ridiculous it is to propose a hypothesis. He says, because there's nothing there, I do not feign a hypothesis. For whatever is not deducted from the phenomena, right? And this is the point, must be called a hypothesis. That's the point of ridicule he's saying. If you're going to explore this, then everything else you could call and try and expose and test as a hypothesis, whether metaphysical or physical, and then this is the time-related thing, or based on occult qualities, or mechanical, and then he nails it, have no place in experimental philosophy. The philosophy of the experiment. It's not called the scientific method yet. That's yet to be posthumously given, isn't it? For all of what these guys are doing with empiricism. But he's ruling it all out and say it's got no place in the quality of my work.
I get it.
That's what I hear.
Yeah, that's a good take on that, Adam. Yes. Thank you.
Could I say something on it?
I'm thinking no.
Before that, I've been really wanting to ask a question about Cavendish way back. What did he actually do in the setup when all that you mentioned was all Michel's job? Was he the investor or something? Did he pay for it?
I have no idea.
What did he actually do?
What is it that you do here? Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. I think Newton's main problem was that he would have definitely come to the conclusion that it was about the medium if he hadn't been blinded by Kepler. He was influenced by Kepler, and his Principia was directly influenced by Kepler and ideas from Kepler, who was the first to basically create some kind of an astrological heliocentric model, right? Off the back of his information he had gotten from Brahe and people before him, and his amalgamation of that information with Copernicus's ideas, right? If he hadn't had that, he wouldn't have been thinking about, it's the same thing that causes the lights in the sky to move, the same thing is the same reason for the apple to fall. He wouldn't be thinking that way. He'd be going, that's separate from me, I don't know what it is. I think he was poisoned by that belief. And that's why there was no point in him trying to feign hypotheses, because his hypotheses would have to involve what's going on up in the sky, and he didn't know what it was, as opposed to being able to just separate the terrestrial from the celestial.
Oh, listen to that.
Yes, because his answers were given to him a long time beforehand. Archimedes. He just didn't realize it.
Yeah, good point.
Before you go on, just scroll back up. There's one final point. Yeah, it's really important. I don't know if people listen to the words of Newton. So I just said he finishes and he says that they have no place in experimental philosophy. Now the last sentence, listen to it. In experimental philosophy, particular propositions are inferred from the phenomena and afterwards rendered general by induction. That is, right, we look at things, we see things, we observe them, we try and isolate stuff, right, and afterwards things are rendered general by induction.
That's not science.
Effect. No, he's describing cause and effect in a very funky way to me there.
Yeah.
In philosophy, in experimental philosophy, we don't do any of this nonsense. We involve occult qualities, metaphysical things, yeah? What we do is things are inferred from the phenomena, i.e. you take it forward and you try and isolate a cause and effect, and afterwards these things are rendered general, i.e. they're proven by the fact that you induce them, the fact that you've caused the effect. That's what he's saying there to me. I'd stand to be corrected, but he's describing the scientific method before it's been described.
Yeah, but this isn't the scientific method. This is not what happens.
No. Cause of an effect is rendered general by inducing it. Yeah, so rendered true, I can show you that a phenomena is true by repeatedly rendering its induction.
This is very nearly an equivocation fallacy between inducing and the property of induction with logic. Be careful. Follow?
I stand to be corrected. I stand to be corrected. The way I'm reading it is he's saying, don't do none of this other nonsense, the occulty stuff, the metaphysical stuff. Use the scientific method, which has not been named yet, this experimental philosophy.
I know.
Yeah, where propositions that are inferred from the phenomena are afterwards rendered general by the fact that you cause the effect.
That's you're saying the same thing again.
He did say the same thing, but reiterating it was worth it. I agreed with him the first time he said it, and then you said no. It does sound like if you render the phenomena, and that's an experiment. That's what he's describing, isn't it? Why are you saying no? I'm a bit of a loss.
The induction, because the phenomena is a natural phenomena. You're not inducing it. Then it's not science to begin with.
You induct an effect, you cause an effect. I can induct an effect. I can use that vernacular, and it's perfectly reasonable to substitute.
We're gonna get.
I've just got it.
Yeah,
Stone did it early. So when he pushes the books off the side of the table, Adam.
Yeah, we're majoring on the minors here. I just wanted to focus on I do not feign hypotheses. We can fight about that later about what this rest of this nonsense is.
I won't push the point because I think the point I'm making supports what he's saying, and it's just at worst supporting Newton.
Okay.
Trying to interpret him that he is agreeing with us is all I'm saying. So
Okay. All right.
I agree with you, but I think Huey wants to get back onto the fact that he found no hypothesis for gravity, as that's the presentation.
Yeah, we can shuffle out these minor points later. That's fine if you. Yeah, we'll talk about it later. We won't, but yeah. Let's pile on from the king. Oh, I love this. Oh my goodness. Let's pile on from the King Cheese philosopher of science, Karl Popper. Listen up. As mentioned in the section, the problem of induction, Popper's response to the problem of induction is simply that induction is actually never used in science. Uh-oh, Adam. Karl Popper.
That was my point of distinction.
Yeah, gotcha.
Not inductive reasoning, but to induce something. There is a difference when used correctly in the English.
Yes. That's why I said.
Induce an effect, yeah. If I stimulate the cause, I will induce an effect. That's very different to induction.
That's what I said in the beginning.
Well, we agree then.
Okay.
Carry on.
Okay. Karl Popper, a philosopher of science, sought to solve the problem of induction. He argued that science does not use induction and that induction is in fact a frigging myth. Do you know what his poster child example of why induction is a train wreck? Anyone?
Black swan.
All swans are white. All righty then. You got to love irony. Moreover, the Ballers scientific community, a.k.a. the pseudoscientific community, doesn't follow Newtonian. When I say Newtonian here, we know I really mean Reverend John Michel, Cavendish, and C.V. Boy's gravity. Georgie friggin' Mooser, Einstein created his general theory of relativity, which provides our modern understanding of gravity. I could stop right there and the point's driven home, but we'll continue. With the express purpose of expunging non-locality from physics, Isaac Newton's gravity acted at a distance as if by magic, and general relativity snapped that magic wand in two by showing that the curvature of space-time, and not an invisible force, gives rise to gravitational attraction. That's pretty complete. No way around it.
Wait. Can we go to that? They're one of the things that I wouldn't use. I often think, oh, ouch. So I've beat you up with a concept. You get me? I haven't disproven anything, realistically. I've just given you more nonsensical stuff that's more nonsensical than the stuff that you've just disproved.
Yeah. Yes. You're all over this.
But I do admit it maybe does disprove it. Not that it was ever proven in the first place. It was only ever disclaimed as not plausible, as demonstrated by Newton. Then accepted, and then disproven by giving the concept.
Sounds like science
This is
to
another
me.
one of these.
Go ahead.
This is another one of these. Replace the thing that didn't exist in the first place.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's called the Texas two-step. And I'm gonna go Texas. I'm gonna go Texas flood on their dumbasses. So
They want their aberration back,
shh.
right? You always want it back.
Shh. So, not a force. From Caltech, Einstein came up with the theory of general relativity in 1915, the prototype of all modern gravitational theories. Its crucial ingredient involving a colossal intellectual jump, yeah, right, is the concept of gravitation not as a force, but as a manifestation of the curvature of space-time. Brian Cox, there isn't really a force of gravity at all. Do I have any more down here? I don't think I really need more. You know there's a list of about 30 of them. So can you reconcile the train wreck for us, ballers? You can't. That's rhetorical. Newton, Cavendish, and Weird Al's gravity are not the same. They don't even know that, for crying out loud. Scientific theories never, ever explain natural laws. Ever. Complete category error. You tossers. Newtonian gravity and Einsteinian gravity are mutually exclusive. Newtonian gravity is a force. Einsteinian gravity, like we just went over, is not a force. Number 3, they're not even in the same
Can you stop there
geometry.
just for a sec?
Uh-oh. What?
So, well, it's in relate. That's the point I was making earlier. So I just want to stick with the point 2. With regards to orientation for causation of relative density disequilibrium to play out, which is, like I said, the I know how God made things thing that people are searching for. Now, I said they were going back to Newtonian. Look at Einstein. It's not a force, but it tries to achieve the same effects, not a force. That's very similar to a kind of Ethereal feel, isn't it? It's not quite a direct force. It's a flow. It's a current. It's a flow of space-time. It's a flow of the dielectrics. Yeah? And then you've got the other supposition at the moment, the upward moving force, which is, again, Newtonian, by its mimicry. It requires the opposite force to be played out in the other way.
Einstein.
But all of these things are, let's say, they're mimicking. They're either mimicking a force to give you an equivalence for what Newton postulated, Einstein, or whoever used that thing to keep a ball together. They're mimicking that force, or they're giving another indirect describer of a force, be that bending of space-time, or the incoherent dielectric, the acceleration based on the electropotential of the Earth and the sky. That's an indirect kind of reasoning. But again, they're all limited and limit their thinking to what is in effect a centrifuge. We have to apply a force for relative density to apply out. There isn't another underlying thing. We've just got to discover the thing that we know works in a centrifuge. Again, it's a good example of limited thinking when you're trying to be God and describe how things are made. But all you've got is a Newtonian perspective, an Einsteinian, or a pseudo-intellectual.
Hey, thanks for being concise.
No, I nearly finished the insult there, but I'm glad you stopped me. So carry on.
Can I point out a contradiction?
Oh, brother.
Or do you want me to wait?
Yeah. So number 3, they're not even in the same geometry, for crying out loud. Newtonian gravity is Euclidean 3 space, whereas Einsteinian gravity is pseudo-Riemannian 4 space. Number 4, Newtonian gravity is instantaneous actions at a distance. And by the way, that debunks special relativity. Ballers don't realize that. They have no friggin' clue. Oh, but you could derive. They don't even know what derive means. You could derive Newton's equations from Einstein's. Yeah, right. Yeah. And as soon as you do that, with Einstein's equations, you immediately, instantly debunk special relativity. Of course, you can't do that. You never could do that. It's non sequitur. No one's ever showed that. Every time we challenge them to do it, they've run. So, in conclusion, drunken sailors and field goal posts have more in common than Newton's and Einstein's fairy tales. Go ahead with your contradiction, Brian.
If not, Brian, would you?
But that doesn't sound like Brian to me.
No, I know, because he's not unmuted. So I'm just waiting. But that's a contradiction really worth labouring to me. Point 4. Yeah, because it's the fundamentals of how these things work. They're not superimposable. You can't convert the two. Look at that biggest glaring contradiction. Spooky, instantaneous action at a distance. Action is limited to the speed of light. They're not. Therefore, they're non. Do you understand when I say non-superimposable? You can't put them on. The whole grid moves differently. The whole construct moves differently, not just the things in it.
Yep. Brian, you back? All right, we can move on. So why on earth are you still appealing? Uh-oh. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'll make my point later. No,
all right. Why on earth are you still appealing to Newtonian, that's Cavendish gravity? All that these crayon munching wiki padders are doing is taking an fact things fall to the ground at 9.81 meters per second squared, which is bullshit anyway. We always go over that. And then conclude by mere declaration, gravity is the cause. It's non sequitur fallacy. That's what that is. They used this value, 9.81 meters per second squared, and put it into their fairy tale descriptive equations, then say, it works. Then they say, voila, gravity exists. Shaking my friggin' head. The attribution or cause of this effect has not been identified or isolated. That is scientifically validated. So, mass attracting mass, we're going to deal with that from Reverend John Michel Cavendish and CV Boys. The hypothesis that we get regurgitated back to us when we force them into it. Hypothesis, if mass, then mass attracts mass, right? It has to be that. If you think it sounds stupid, you're exactly right. It's incredibly stupid. It's, in other words, given A, then A attracts A. It's a Mr. Magoo circle jerk of the millennium. Independent variables mass, dependent variables mass attracts mass. First of all, please define mass. See, I always get hung up on that. People think it's pedantic, but it's very important, especially when it's in all their equations. So, from Anne-Marie Helmenstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences, if you doth protest when I say define mass, why just pull these out and just hammer you to death? Just a flurry of blows about the head and shoulders. From Anne-Marie Helmenstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences, words have precise meanings in science. From Dr. Mary Schweitzer, paleontologist, North Carolina State. Exactly. That's one of the things I drive my students crazy on. Words count. Words are important. Choose your words carefully, sunshines. There goes your appeal to semantics. Fucking clowns. You just train wreck yourself. Mass definition number 1. Let's take a look at this. This is a lot of fun. From their alma mater wiki. We're going to use both. Inertia and mass, both from the wiki. Mass is a property of a physical body and a measure of its resistance to acceleration. Everyone see that right there? That's what mass is, right? A change in its state of motion when a net force is applied. Doesn't matter. It's resistance to acceleration. Well, ruh-roh, Shaggy. We go to inertia, and it says inertia is the resistance of any physical object to a change in its velocity. Well, guess what a change in velocity means? Acceleration. So it's a resistance to acceleration. You got two different words with the same definition here, folks. You got a problem in Shangri-La. They're the same fucking thing, right? So when the knuckle draggers mindlessly commit to mass as resistance to acceleration, I'll give them that because there's another train wreck coming. Then take them right where they want to go. Remember their hypothesis. If mass, then mass attracts mass, right? Now substitute the definition for mass for the word mass, right? Totally legitimate. In fact, it makes it more clear. Then what do we got? Given the resistance to acceleration, then the resistance to acceleration attracts the resistance to acceleration. I love that one. I guess you didn't see that coming. You're bozos. You're wiki parroting pretender clowns. There's no due diligence, no scrutiny. You're just bagak, bagak. Right? That's what happens when you bagak. Friggin' morons. Mass definition number 2. From nyu.edu, one of the most prestigious universities in the States. Mass is a measurement of the amount of matter something contains. Huh. From the Royal Society of Chemistry. Ruh-roh, Shaggy. The mole became part of the International System of Units, the SI, in 1971. Currently, it is defined as the amount of substance that contains. Uh-oh. As many entities as there are in 0.012 kilograms of carbon-12. There's a rooster in the hen house. NYU, you better catch up with your continuing education credits. These are the same thing. Now we got mass and mole with the same definition. There's a rooster in the hen house here, folks. Oh, and just because a mole is a specified amount of substance that contains doesn't nullify the fact that each are entirely based on the amount of matter or substance that something contains. Duh. Next block of instruction, how to sit down. Then point at a friggin' horse. There's an interruption there. Go ahead.
Yeah, there is. Because I don't think these guys know what they're on about. You can't describe something in molar terms and express it as a mass or a weight.
Mm-hmm. It's non sequitur.
You can't do that without other information. It doesn't invoke either weight, which is how you would derive it from but or the concept of mass. It doesn't invoke that. You might want to invoke those things to describe it, but ultimately it just describes the number of balls, put simply, with no indication. That's the funny thing with it. Yeah, it's kind of why you can use it, but it doesn't invoke mass to me.
Yeah,
unless you define what those moles are
and what mass is.
Well, that helps. Yeah, and
that'll
how
help.
you're going to derive that mass from the thing that you've actually measured, which was weight. Yeah.
All right, check this out, folks. Remember I gave you the nyu.edu definition of mass. Mass is a measurement of the amount of matter something contains. So don't forget that, the amount of matter something contains. The Royal Society of Chemistry states that studies have shown that the amount of substance is often incorrectly identified with mass. I think NYU needs to call up the Royal Society of Chemistry. They have some working out to do. Just new definition of a mole, by the way, contains exactly Avogadro's number of times 10 to 23. Yeah. Elementary entities. I just added that. The tangled webs you mindlessly. Holy shit!
Scrolling back up.
All right.
I'd like the Royal Society of Chemistry. I didn't see that, but that agrees with my point. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's often incorrectly defined. Yeah. As a chemist, all I heard was what you said, and it didn't reconcile. You can't make that statement. So I agree with the Royal Society of Chemistry.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Thanks for whoa.
Maybe. Can you reiterate it? I didn't actually follow that. You agreed with. Really sorry. I just didn't. I didn't understand what his point was.
Oh, you're not being facetious?
I'm not being facetious. I genuinely didn't follow that, Adam, and I was paying attention. It's not like I'm tired. I just didn't understand what you agreed with.
Go ahead, Adam.
Right. If I've got 1 mole of carbon over there and 1 mole of oxygen over there, what does that mean? Is that the same thing? Is it the same mass? Can I identify the number of moles with the mass of the things I've got, even though the molar equivalence is the same? No. It's another convention, but this one it's intertwined. But as it says, is often incorrectly identified with mass. It's got nothing to do with mass. The number of molecules, the amount of atoms, or however you want to describe it, is the molar representation. That's all you've got. There's no representation of mass in there.
Okay. Thank you. Now I understand.
All right. So what is mass? We're trying to get there. Well, let's take a look at Edwin Taylor and John Wheeler from Princeton. Let's see if they can tell us. Nature does not offer us any concept as the amount of matter. History has struck down every proposal to define such a term. We're going to hear that again coming here in a minute. Even if we could count the number of atoms or by any other counting method try to evaluate the amount of matter, that number would not equal mass. Uh-oh. This is my favorite one. This puts the death knell in it. Thanks, Max. Max Bourne. Olivia Newton-John's grandfather. Shout out to him. Einstein's theory of relativity. Check this out. Listen to this closely, folks. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like the amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. Here it comes. In physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, not just strongly, but as we must very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no friggin' meaning. He should have stopped right there. He didn't. I'm going to finish it up here in a second. But in physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no meaning. None. Zero. But he goes and train wrecks himself. I'm sorry, Max, you did this. You should have stopped right there. Other than that given by formula. Well, you should have put a period there and said, other than that given by formula in mathematics, because mathematics isn't physics, Max. But I'll continue. He's going to train wreck everyone out there. He said it is the measure of the resistance to changes of velocity. That's the measure of resistance to acceleration. So guess where we're back to? You guys remember?
The switcheroo, isn't it?
We're
Can I
back
say
to here.
That's
Can I,
yes and no. Go on, you go, Brian, and then I'll...
Yeah, I'll make it quick. The problem they have is they keep on trying to add in this English bastardization term mass, M-A-S-S, into make it into something calculatory, something that is real. Whereas where that word, its origins is Greek originally, I think, but where the word was bastardized from was Latin. And when Newton used it, he used M-A-S-S-A, massa. And massa is a description of an accumulation of stuff. It just describes, it's like trying to calculate flat. That's another description. It's a descriptor. It's not something you can calculate, but they're trying to take something that was originally just a descriptor and turn it into something it's not. And that's why it's always been eluding them, because it's not, it just describes something. It doesn't give you a calculated amount of it. You can't add a description into, how can you add a description into an equation? You know, an equation has to be this thing equals that thing equals this thing. You know what I mean? A description can't just be added in there. And that's the problem. The word originates as a description in the Principia. And they try to take it from that, bastardize it, and turn it into something. How can you turn it? You can't. That's the problem.
It's Principia.
According to you.
Said Brian. Well said, Brian. I want to add, it's on screen. I've said this in the past. This was an old, first year at uni. One of the old lecturers, chemistry lecturers, smashed me with this. So, and I was at the point where there was an interaction, a kind of crossover between describing atoms as their relative atomic weight and relative atomic mass. And that's kind of the crux of what's gone off, because for all the years, everything that we've done to define chemistry has been based on the convention of weight. And we've defined that. And that's what we use, convention of weight, if we're ever going to take anything to mass. And it says the word mass has no meaning. It really doesn't, not in the real world. It has no meaning. At best, it can mean weight, the thing you derive. And you know how to get weight. But so at best, it could equivalent to that. But I think in this sense, and it is the second point that Max Born makes, other than that given by formula. Now, that's exactly as QE says. He takes it to mathematics. How? With the convention of mass into the atomic theory. But then that allows the things we measure, weight, to be described in another convention as mass within an atomic formula, which then allows you to deal with it mathematically. And that's kind of what's happened in that. So I don't disagree with him. He just needs to say that we're no longer dealing with reality, how things work together. We're dealing with a convention into another convention so that we can predict things within the conventions. Not that those conventions describe the actuality of what's happening, because we're into valency and stuff, aren't we? You know what I mean? That doesn't mean that's what's happening. So, yeah, I say, as a chemist, mass has no meaning to me.
Yep.
I only have weight. That's all I've got. If I want to go into theoretics and mathematics, I can change the thing I've measured, weight, and use it in a modern sense as relative molecular mass. But I'd say 100 years ago, 50 years ago, it was just called relative atomic weight. And they didn't confuse the convention.
I should interrupt. There are other terms that you would also use as a chemist, and one of them would be pressure, right?
Oh, yeah.
All
I
right.
just wanted to drop that in case somebody, I just didn't want a soundbite coming out where it's inferred that you're only talking about weight, as we preface this whole show with it. Anyway.
Well, wait, I'll finish this bit with just why. Why?
Quickly.
Why was there a need to generate the term mass? Why was there a need to make a distinguishment? Why was there a need to change the chemistry that's worked happily? So it's to incorporate G, yeah? Because mass basically is a division of weight by G, and it's a way of describing things to incorporate them into the heliocentric model. Fundamentally, that's why mass was adopted and partially quasi-differentiated, as I've said, with regards to weight. There is no differentiation. The only purpose of it is to lead you further into a world of thinking that's heliocentric, that weight is driven by G. Done.
Summary.
Well,
thank you, Adam.
The equation I mentioned earlier, W equals mg, and I said that can't have anything to do with Newton, and it doesn't. If you look up online, they won't attribute it to Newton. But a lot of people try and tell you it's from Newton. A lot of people will try and allude that it's from Newton, but it's not. He couldn't have come up with that, because if you take W equals mg, which is weight equals mass times the acceleration of gravity. If you take that into Latin, it is gravitas times the acceleration of massa by vis of gravitas. Vis is force. So if we bring that back into English, it's weight equals the acceleration of mass times a force created by weight, which is itself. Do you know what I mean? It's completely, it's a circular equation.
It's not that, Brian, right? Mass is supposed to describe.
Just 1 second.
Go on.
I just want to ask Huey. While strictly speaking, when we unpack the current vernacular meaning, or what's the word, colloquial meaning of gravity in quotes when used by a normie, right? Brian's strictly accurate if you unpack it for him and explain it. At face value, isn't what Brian's just said an etymological fallacy?
It's game.
No, he's just described what the switcheroo is. Okay, as I've tried to, brilliant, Brian, bringing in W equals m times g. Okay, now in PV equals nRT, where all these things are kind of measurable. Okay, and we can take one and we can calculate the others. I'd like you to do the same for W equals m times g. Okay, so I don't know my weight, yeah, but I'll give you the mass, measure gravity to calculate my weight, measure it, or I'll tell you what, I'll give you gravity, measure my mass to tell me my weight. This piece of mathematics is not commensurate with reality, like a lot of other formulas are. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but
Hold on, I just want to ask. I'm not following along, so I've got to get clarity on some of this stuff. I'm sorry,
Okay.
Brian. You say if it was an equation that was commensurate with gravity, you could rearrange the equation and give you the outcome because you could use some of the other factors in the equation. With the case of gravity, you can't just take another aspect out or rearrange the equation to give you a physical outcome because it's not commensurate with physical reality. Is that what you're saying?
Think of density, volume, and weight. That triangle. You can rearrange that how you want. You can take any of those, any two parameters, and calculate the other. With what we're talking about here, all you can measure is weight. The rest is just theory. So the mass is just a derivation based on the presupposition of G. It doesn't really matter. It would always be derived by that. But you could never go and measure the mass, even if I gave you the gravity, to give you the weight and then match it. Yeah. None of this W equals mg does not match reality. It's not commensurate to reality. It's only commensurate to mathematics. Whereas
I think you
density,
missed my point,
volume,
though, Adam.
and weight is all three are testable. Go and pick two of them and you can figure out the other, right? You can't go and measure two of them in reality when it's W equals mg. The only parameter measurable is W, weight. The rest is theoretically derived and then used in multitude of conventions, as we see with the mass, weight, acceleration.
I'm following you, but I want to go back to Brian because I'm still failing to see. Maybe it's just me being dumb. Going back to the definitions of gravitas and massa, and then describing them within the context when your average normie just thinks there's a force holding them to a ball. That's not an etymological fallacy without a full-on 2 to 10 minute explanation of why. That is what gravity actually is. Your average normie.
What does that
Well,
formula
let me.
describe?
Well, let me just. I just want to what Brian's got to say because he's the one who's done the research and he's got the etymology right. I know he's right. But I just know what your average normie thinks gravity is. Therefore, without the explanation, I've heard two people say no. To me, this is just an etymological fallacy, and Brian's going to hopefully say no. That's not right because.
No, I'm pointing out. Yeah, I'm pointing out the illogic in it because if we take W equals mg, that's weight times mass times weight equals mass times a force of gravity, because that's what that's, because only a force of gravity can give you the weight right within that paradigm. We bring that back into what Newton, the words Newton would have used, which is in Latin. It is gravitas equals massa times vis, which is force, of gravitas. Bring it back into English from that, it is weight equals mass, sorry, it would have been gravitas equals massa times vis of gravitas. Bring that back into English, it's weight equals mass times a force of weight. So weight equals mass times weight. That's basically what it means. It's the noun. If you start with the origins of where their paradigm is starting, which is with Newton's Principia, then it ends up being weight equals mass times weight. So weight creates weight, basically, is what that, without knowing it, that's actually what that equation is stating.
That sounds a bit like the hypothesis for Reverend John Michel C.V. Boy's Cavendish gravity, when you actually break that down. If mass, then mass attracts mass. You did a better job the second time, Brian. I followed along much better then.
Thank you.
I probably agree it's etymological fallacy, but he's kind of stating that weight is equal to the convention of mass, which is a presupposition of what you're about to multiply it by, which is, in Newton's words, spooky action at a distance, which shouldn't be ascribed to him. That's kind of what's being described here, and that's the point. None of this is a reality-based equation triangle. W equals mg is not and does not have equivalence in reality. Density, volume, yeah, and weight has an equivalence calculation triangle in reality. It's real. It's derived from reality. W equals m times g is totally in the minds of people that invoke G. And from invoking G, you can derive M, which is basically equivalent to W, which is the only thing you've measured. It's a fantasy land. It's in Narnia, right? In Narnia, you don't weigh something. You have a equivalence in Mr. Timbus's multiplied by the force of Aslan. And then I can describe everything like that to you, because you no longer have a weight. You have a number of Mr. Timbuses. And the amount that you feel of that is your number of Mr. Timbuses multiplied by the power of Aslan. And that's all that's happening here. You can't measure the power of Aslan. You can't quantify yourself in reality as how many Mr. Timbuses you are. just have your weight.
Well, if you look at it a different way, what they're trying to say is a force of weight gives weight to a description. Because massa, the original word massa, is just a description. So what they're stating is a force of weight gives weight to a description. That's actually what they're stating. If you want to, you can twist it around two or three different ways. Because it's all based on.
We're discussing a complete disconnect here, Brian. You're taking the Latin translation.
No, I understand your point.
I'm trying to analyze that, irrespective of the translation. Yeah, it doesn't describe reality, unlike lots of other formula. This is not a reality-based formula.
No, you two have accidentally stumbled on a really interesting point, which is you are talking different languages, aren't you? Brian's talking about what is it when it's spoken language? What would you call that, rather than maths?
Just like
linguistics, maybe. So Brian's just detailing how the logic of the linguistics of the description of if wait then wait, however Brian's going to summarize that in a simplistic way, whereas Adam's talking about the logic of the mathematical implications of what isn't in existence even in the formulas of the maths. So we're talking about how there's a disconnect in both the linguistics and the maths, and you two discussing those two things at cross purposes. This is how you get the general public to just lose interest to the point where they go, I just accept it because there's better, more knowledgeable people who do understand this, where I have lost all track. Now, you two are thrashing it out really reasonably, but while I'm listening, I'm going, yeah, they are talking different languages. Yeah. Well, imagine
I just think we're making different points totally there. That's why I just said it. There's no argument. I agree with Brian's point. If you interpret it from the Latin, it kind of makes no sense, or it becomes as if mass, then mass attracts mass, as useless a statement as that is to derive any meaning. That's not, like I say, what I'm saying. I've reiterated, but I won't do it again, QE.
Yeah, I love the conciseness of all this. You guys should be proud of yourselves.
No, but it's a good point, because we all research these things.
Go ahead, Adam. I've got a point to make on top as a result as well, so go ahead.
we all research these things and we look at them in different ways, and that's the benefit of the Flat Earth debate panel. But we all, when you recognise that, I get you. We're not arguing with each other. We've got two really good points that attack this point all along, from different perspectives. That was all I was pointing out with me and Brian, So
no, Adam, I saw your point. I understood your point. I just kept on reiterating my point because I thought we were talking across purposes, even though I understood your point. I wasn't sure if you got my point. That's why I kept kind of stating it. So, but I know you do now. So,
brilliant. That's so delightful. Anyway, so the point is that there's a starting point, you on a spinning water ball, right? So when at the beginning of the presentation, there's a nice summary from Adam, if you rewind back, where he's saying, what's the point of all this? Well, the point is to incorporate G. What's G? Well, it's the force holding you to a spinning water ball. So starting point for Joe Normie, you stuck to spinning water ball. Very simplistic. Okay. In between bit, what we've just done, including the cross-talking between Brian and Adam, because that's all part of it. Confuse, baffle you with bullshit as a member of the general public who doesn't, if there's ever any of these people who are watching this show, but you can relate if you come here from a journey. You're that guy who just goes, I don't really follow this. This doesn't make any sense. You can forward through your cognitive pain to things like Fight the Flat Earth, being told by George Musa that gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force, and then him going on to describing an emergent force, and you as a member of the public going, again, I don't really follow along with this, but I understand that Craig's done the research and understands how net result is a force holding me to a spinning water ball. I can just accept that and move on without having to fully go through the process of cognitive pain, where it's a force from Newton, it's a non-force Einstein, but you can think of it as a force because Musa says so. Therefore, it's an emergent force, and ultimately, all things are square. And as a result of my convoluted description, we're stuck to a spinning water ball. I think the main point I'm trying to make here is you can remove all of that quasi understanding of something that doesn't even take place, and understand that is only there to confuse the public, make sure that they aren't really fully understanding it. That so long as they conclude, but I know there's a force holding me to a spinning water ball. So this is kind of what we're doing now, as much as it's ironing out the creases of our understanding. If this was a debate, it would all be working in the favour of the baller, because it just leaves the person listening to the debate confused. And so long as they're confused, they'll go away going, yeah, well, I know there's still a force holding me to a spinning water ball. I'm done.
No, Nathan, the point you're making is very valid. What you're stating is, I'll try and be concise, is that they confuse people into heliocentrism. You rumpus my conciseness.
Conciseness? No. You can't even, don't even say that word ever again.
Yes, he is. He's very concise.
Are we still in the middle of the presentation?
We're not even to the middle yet.
Oh,
brilliant.
My God.
Do a bit more.
Okay, keep going, because I think we've done that point to death, haven't we? I think we've made our point. So,
well,
I can really complicate it later. Don't worry about it.
Summarise, Brian. Summarise. Here we go.
No, I'll summarize very quickly.
Holy shit.
The point Nathan is making is that they confuse people into heliocentrism, and they accept it out of confusion, not out of understanding.
That's a good point.
It's on.
That's a really good point. Not if you guys would have.
My point was the most concise and all of that.
Oh,
that was the most concise.
Yep. You could have said that. I can't get these minutes back, people.
Yeah, but in the concise summary of the year awards, that's going to be up there, Brian. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
So let's deal. I just wanted to show everyone how we dealt Newton. In fact, it wasn't actually Newton that we dealt a death blow to. Remember, it misascribed to him in the first place. Really, what we're tearing apart is pseudoscientists and crackheads from the deep dark past. CV boys, John Michel, and our boy Cavendish. But I wanted to stress that we're gonna take both of these guys apart, the Newton and Einstein. Whether it be all Newton or not, we have to say Newton because that's what everyone thinks it is to kind of limit confusion. Do you guys follow that? Rhetorically, I know you do. So
I'm not following why. I'm not following why Cavendish is even part of it, right? And it gets ascribed to him, the Cavendish experiment, that is. What did he actually do, other than it being his shed? Everything was done by John Michel, right?
Yeah. Yep, it wasn't even
did Cavendish actually do? And from what I understand, the guy was a nutter and a recluse.
Well, Michel postulated it and created the apparatus. Michel did all the work of the postulation and creating of the apparatus and the begging of the question. And then Cavendish did the actual demonstration of that begging the question over a year period. So he did do something.
Demonstration of what?
He went down to the lens and looked through the peephole into the shed for a year.
Yep.
He was just a lackey.
What a joke.
Lackey, then.
No, Nathan, appreciate the empiricalness of this. He did his... Look, if I'm being honest, it's the kind of... You see lots of crazy shit like this. As people, frankly, are in good spirit doing stupid things because they don't understand this philosophy that's developing at this time. So there's lots of... And it gets hijacked. And that's what happens. Whether that's the insanity of a Mr. Cavendish, the lunatic recluse, or whether it's the empowerment of God of the Reverend whatever his name is, who then, brings this knowledge forward to us. It's another one of these fanciful tales of nonsense, because ultimately, when tried to be replicated everywhere, labs across the plane, nobody does it. It isn't a demonstration. You see Foucault pendulums in museums. If you thought that this was even possibly forgeable, they'd be doing it in museums. It's not. It's just one of those dang Eratosthenes moments.
No, dang Eratosthenes.
Dang, Eratosthenes.
I knew that was coming up.
And what did he do? What's not working there, by the way, Adam?
It's a made-up proof, is my point. This is just a nonsense built upon a nonsense to prove a nonsense. Whether any of those nonsenses ever even occurred and any measurements were taken is kind of irrelevant, because what was important was that the scientific academic community, in terms of teaching, moved forward with that philosophy, and that it was taught as an accepted fact. Unfortunately, because of budgetary constraints, you can only do this little one on your counter space. And I don't mean your sort of counter space. I mean the amount of space you got in your lab. So they have to do it in a little thing, which means, unfortunately, and I say this sarcastically, but this is what we were told as A-level physics students, which means, unfortunately, probably not going to work, this experiment. And I remember accepting that.
So the non-experiment didn't work?
Yes, but I accepted that it was because of the constraints that were just given to me, and I moved forwards. Because my teachers were telling me that.
Did they tell you he was measuring for the density of Earth?
It's next Tuesday sometime, maybe. Yeah, your workbench wasn't big enough.
No, because by then, Neil, it's not measuring the density of Earth. It's demonstrating that mass attracts mass. It's evolved, for want of a better term, by this initial, and this is what I'm saying. This is nonsense built on nonsense to be given another nonsense that was never the original nonsense in the first place. And so by the time it's got to me in a lab, we're not measuring the density of Earth. We're demonstrating that mass attracts mass.
Wow. We good?
Sorry. Glad we were concise. Go ahead.
Back to the presentation. You guys seeing this in there?
Yes, all good.
Let's slap Newton around a little bit. We'll take Maxwell too and whip him around. From Professor Shankar, Chair of Physics at Yale. The law of physics are always, those aren't laws of physics, natural laws. Quantum mechanical laws. You don't have separate laws for big and small things. Uh-oh. The real question is, how do these very same laws, when applied to big things, by big things I mean the things you see in daily life, give the impression that the world is Newtonian? So if I'm giving you the impression of something, let's say I'm giving you the impression that I'm Superman, which of course I am. Am I actually Superman? That's rhetorical. You see the point he's trying to make? Hopefully it's not lost on you. From Feynman, the discovery of quantum mechanics first, then in the behavior of light, then in the behavior of matter, finally culminating in 1926 with the full equation of quantum mechanics, which told us that the laws of motion of Newton were not right. So we're off the beaten path of gravity now. Now we're going to take all the classical laws out to the woodshed. They're not right. Again, from Professor Shankar, Chair, Yale. All right, so today we're going to shoot down, that doesn't sound good, Newtonian mechanics and Maxwell's theory. We're like the press. We build somebody up only to destroy them. How do you think that he could say that? How do you think that they could shoot down or destroy them? Just by words? No, by experiments. Sidebar, pummeling James Clerk Maxwell swiftly. Listen closely. From Professor Shankar again. So here's what you do to find out what's wrong with electrodynamics. I mean, Maxwell's theory. It all starts with the double slit experiment. So everything looks good for Maxwell till You start doing the following experiment. It's just not an experiment, it's a demonstration, but besides the fact, I like that word till. Anytime you see until or till, you should raise a weathered eyebrow because something after that, following after that, is going to grow the hair on your chest. It's good to do it in the Bible, too. Go ahead.
Isn't that... Well, that's important. Because certainly in labs. And if you're trying to isolate stuff, sometimes part of the kind of education process before, when you've got a kind of like a pre-hypothesis and you're testing stuff, and you come across these things, right, and things that go wrong when your experiment doesn't work first time, you go and you look back and you look at other things that can happen. And what I'm saying is these things are part of the scientific process, but they're kind of the education phase, the learning phase. They're not part of the actual full process. So even though you've set things up in an empirical way, you learn things from your failures. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Things can look good until you really, and you might have set something up and it looked great, and you sit back and you evaluate it. I've done it a little bit this afternoon with some maths, and it looks good until you evaluate it. And part of the process is to make mistakes, okay, but appraise your error. And I think that's probably what's coming up. But it's important that science would never develop if you didn't make mistakes, even. And that's not to say this...
Were you waxing philosophical on us for us now?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, shall I stop?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're going on and on and on and on. I love you. Well, what's the point?
I'm in my Newtonian defense mode because, like, a lot of it, not this guy, but these guys are pioneers, you know. So,
well, I'm going to punch Max. I wanted to punch Maxwell in the face right here before we got to the rest of Newton.
You can punch him. I don't feel the need to defend him. Have away. I'll show up.
You know how you punch Maxwell right in the face? It was easily done. All you have to do is take a really dim light source and have a double slit. You don't even need a double slit, single slit, and a piece of film behind it. And as soon as you get one little ting on that plate, Maxwell's history. He just vapor locks. That's all it needs done. That's it. It's over. Just wanted to point that out to you. Doesn't take rocket surgery. So let's get back to Newton. First, I want to tell you what goes wrong with Newtonian mechanics. Like you said, the double slit experiment demonstration is a problem. That's what puts the nail in the coffin for Newtonian physics. That's it. So what you do is, we have a double slit experiment demonstration with a Newtonian particle, an electron. We close one slit and fire a bevy of electrons, and we get 10 hits at point A. We close that slit and open the other slit and fire a bevy of electrons, and we get 8 hits at point A. The Newtonian prediction would be if we fired the same bevy of electrons with both slits open, we must get 18 hits at point A. Well, we get a big fat friggin' 0. What does that mean? Well, from the chair of physics at Yale, that is the end of Newtonian physics. I can't say that any more clearly. Why is it still being taught? That's my question. That is the end.
Because you got to mind the teach.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I forgot you were doing the presentation.
No, you're okay. You can do the simp routine after Brian goes.
Can you?
That's not Brian.
I'm just
I'll be quick.
I'll be quick. That's impossible. That ain't gonna happen. But go ahead anyway.
I will. Newton's laws of motion. If you take the Latin words within those laws, if you use the Latin and what they mean, they make a lot more sense. Problem is when they were bastardized into, when those words were bastardized into English, and they started trying to connect them on or give them connotations that they didn't have previously in Latin, then his laws of motion involve the celestials and all kinds of stuff, as opposed to just the terrestrial world we live in, and his way of describing kind of constants within motion of what you see. But that's not quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics is dealing with smaller things, more precise stuff. Whereas if you take his laws of motion, use the Latin, they make a lot more sense, because you're not trying to make him be involved in the tiny, in the massive, or in the unknown, the celestial. That's the problem with his laws of motion. Not that there's a problem with them. The problem is what people did with them. That's my attitude on it.
Right.
My opinion, sorry.
Fair enough. Oh, here we go.
I've got to interrupt. Super chat.
Oh, go ahead,
Blind
Adam.
Spot. There you go, smoking. Blind Spot OG, $5 super chat. Thank you, dude. Adam, great presentation.
Adam.
Oolon's P, which I think is smiley face sticking out, I think. So, yeah, baby. Great presentation. Thank you very much, Blind Spot OG. I've got a question. Right. This is I'm not being silly here. Just a layman's question to you. We often hear about the double slit and it showing light wave, frequency, all the things we can. Why this seems somewhat different as a proof. You described what was happening. If we open one slit, we close another. Can you just elaborate on that a little bit? I know you said end of.
What's there to elaborate?
I know, but would you be so gracious?
I just broke it down as far as it could go.
I have to be more specific, Adam. What do you want him to elaborate on exactly?
Why that disproves Newtonian physics?
Why it disproves Newtonian? Because the Newtonian prediction, you can't add stuff to be zero. They're Newtonian particles. You can't add 5 and 6 and get 0. Simply. Yeah? Good?
I hope it helps. Yeah.
Okay.
I wasn't challenging that. Just the point that's really important, and it's you often look at the double slit and this slit experiment and misconvene the two. This is showing a different thing. Was the point I just wanted to highlight.
Okay. So, in relation to classical mechanics, whenever you see classical mechanics, it's talking about all of Newtonian physics, all of it. So we just went through a bunch of them. I'm going to consolidate this with a literature review. It said, shoot down, the nail in the coffin, destroy, and that is the end of, and the laws of motion of Newton were not right. What do all these actually mean? What is particularly confusing about this? That's rhetorical. Have a nice day. Goodbye, Newton. Sing it with me now. You ready? Turn out the light. I started getting rumpus already. Okay, that's the end of Newton. Guess who's next? Einstein?
Einstein.
I was going to say Carl Sagan.
Carl, you should. I was waiting for a wise ass cracker to say something. Okay, Einstein. Let's take a look at this. E equals mc squared. Colloquially, the most famous equation in the history of science, which sounds so stupid. I can't believe I just said that. You know what I mean, right? It's equation. This is not science. This is, at best, mathematics. Number 1, it's horsepucky. Number 2, equations can't explain. At best, they merely describe. Number 3, this particular equation is a fairy tale. Watch. A, define E. Define energy. B, define mass. And it's not volume. Go ahead. What?
I've rambled a lot tonight and tried to make a point. When you just said there, it's not reality. Energy is real. M. M, is that real? We've discussed this tonight. Is M real? Can you measure it? No.
Nope.
Yet there it is in the next equation you're going to accept.
Yep. C, define C. Shout out to Brian out there, speed of light. You can't do it. Now,
Yeah, it's the two-way speed of light calculation.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No. Well, I can define E, but I'm not going to. We're in their paradigm. So Richard Feynman from the Feynman Lectures, listen to this closely. It is important to realize that in physics today, we have no knowledge of what energy is. That should raise a weathered eyebrow for everyone out there in Baltardia. They don't know what energy is. B, mass. Do I really need to go through this again? And C, the speed of light is merely a convention. It's arbitrary. It's man-made that we've agreed upon. So that entire fiasco right here is undefined massacre. It's a nothing. It's a nonsense. Go ahead.
Can I butt in?
Be concise.
Yes, I will. Energy is a description of a whole host of things, let's just say. In the world, we have light, we have electricity, different, right? Temperature. Mass is a description of an accumulation, right? So we have, so E equals MC. So description equals description. C, which is a convention that Einstein admitted was just a convention, that they now call Einstein's convention. That's what it's called these days. Squared. So description equals description by Einstein's this convention squared.
No, Bri.
Oh,
Multiply.
God.
It's not. No, it's the average of a constant squared.
It's the average.
The average of a belief.
Of a constant.
No, that's what the speed of light is. They said the speed of light squared. What is the speed of light? Well, it's the average of a constant, because it isn't constant, but it's assumed to be a constant. And the way they calculate that constant is to average the two-way speed of the thing that's not measurable in a one-way method.
An average constant. It's very difficult to even get this out. An average constant. Is that what you said? Average constant?
The average of a varying constant, yeah.
The average of a constant is tantamount to Mary Bachelor and a curved adjacent.
I know. It's not my claim. That's what they claim.
I understand that. That's what I'm saying. All right. We done? We're going to get into some good stuff right here. So relativity, SR, that's special relativity, and general relativity via different mechanisms, speed versus gravity, can dilate and bend and warp time. We can all defeat this. This is the primary school falsification, right? Grade schoolers can do this. Time is a conceptual relationship between two motions. Now, this definition is in the Baller paradigm. You're going to see why. Specifically, it's based on an alleged single rotation of the Earth on its axis with respect to the sun a day. Everyone knows that that's how it's defined and then broken up thereafter. However, it's a concept, non-physical. It is without chemical formula or structure. It has no dimensionality or orthogonality and no direction or location. You can't put time in a jar and paint it red. You can't do it. I mean, come on now, let's reason together. Can you dilate, bend, or warp non-physical concepts? I'd like to see that. Is it your contention that if you have poison ivy on the brain, you could scratch it by thinking of sandpaper? Freedom is also a concept. Can you bend that? That which you are using to measure isn't the thing you're measuring. For example, a football field is 100 yards long, but a football field isn't yardsticks. If I bend the yardstick, does the football field bend also? The yardsticks are an analog to the clock, and the football field is analog to time. I hope you can see the nonsensical bullshittery here. So if something affects, say, cesium atomic clocks, or any modern clock for that matter, does that then ipso facto mean the Earth's alleged rotation in relation to the sun is affected? Think about that one. These two mythomathematical fairy tales, special relativity and general relativity, were falsified 30 seconds after their respective publications by third graders at recess, for goodness sakes. In toto, each are massive reification fallacies on steroids. Do I need to go into the grown-up falsification of it? Because it's going to be quantum mechanic destruction of Einstein. Do I need to do that?
Would seem reasonable.
I agree.
Nathan, do I need to do that?
I don't see why not.
All righty then.
Before you do, can I point something out?
Oh, God.
Is that a no?
I'm going with yes, Brian.
Okay, I'll be quiet. Forget about it. Forget about it. It's to do with
Brian, point it out. Come on. You can't do that.
Okay, atomic clocks measure exact local time. Exact local time is based on 24 hours, right? Which is there's 24 sections to the longitude in the azimuth longitude portion of latitude and longitude grid. The atomic clocks measure exact local time, not exact solar time. So atomic clocks and time in general is, when it comes to atomic clocks, is terrestrial, not celestial. Because solar time is different from local time. That's why at 12 o'clock every day on your wall clock, the sun won't be at 180 degrees to you. Sometimes it will, but not every day. Most of the time it won't be. It'll be at different times from 12 o'clock. Because that's solar time. Different from local. Just want to point that out because they try to use things like atomic clocks to try and bolster up the reality of time as being something you can bend. The time they're talking about is local time, based on a 24-hour day.
Regardless of the fact
that we section up into.
Regardless of the fact that time's not a clock.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Are we not claiming Planet of the Apes here? I mean, I'm not.
Oh,
that just does seem to be what their claim is.
All right, let's go to a grown-up falsification of Einstein. The concept of non-locality, there's a brief synopsis. I gave you a link there. Who cares? Non-locality occurs due to the phenomena of entanglement whereby particles that interact with each other become permanently correlated or dependent on each other's states and properties to the extent that they effectively lose their individuality and in many ways behave as a single entity. Because of this well-established phenomena in 1935, for goodness sakes, which pummeled his fairy tales, general relativity and special relativity, Einstein coined the phrase spooky action at a distance. Then he and his buddies conjured a thought experiment. It's called the EPR paradox in 1935, in a feeble, clumsy attempt to debunk quantum mechanics. Why? Well, he couldn't have anything traveling faster than the speed of light because his special relativity would implode. Side note, he never published in physical review letters again because he didn't appreciate the paper being peer-reviewed. Pretentious, pompous.
Stop a sec, John.
Good.
I've just learned something there. I've used the phrase spooky action at a distance. I never knew it was just like a cheap insult from Einstein.
Yep.
That's intriguing, isn't it? How do you get rid of the previous paradigm? Ridicule it.
Yeah, that's what you do. Yeah. Because he knew his special relativity. Most people don't even know that, so he knew it. Wasn't as dumb as he looks. Because of the seemingly impossibility of testing his thought experiment, it apparently covered the pretentious, pompous pseudoscience mythomathematical philosopher's bot. And the very public argument between he and Niels Bohr, who was of the opposite position, was relegated to the dustbin of history. never to be reconciled. But then, in the 1960s, John Bell explored Einstein's alleged paradoxical thought experiment and proposed an inequality. It's called Bell's inequality. If it was shown to be false, Einstein and his theories would take a dirt nap. Then John Clauser, a frustrated grad student because of his poor grades in quantum mechanics, was rustling through some books and papers in the campus library when he came across John Bell's paper. And that, as they say, folks, is history. Bell's inequality was first violated experimentally in 1972 by John Clauser and Stuart Friedman. Then in 1982, physicist Alain Aspect experimentally jacked it yard forever. Ergo, Einstein and his theories took a dirt nap. He got debunked. Ever since Aspect's falsification, non-locality has been confirmed by experiment over 3,000 times without exception. David Bohm, renowned professor of physics and Einstein's personal friend. One could see that relativity and quantum mechanics, the two most fundamental theories of matter, really contradicted each other, in the sense that relativity is local, it's causal, it's determined, it's continuous, and quantum mechanics is just the frigging opposite. And remember, the laws of physics are always quantum mechanical laws, right? We got a big problem here. So if the laws of physics are always quantum mechanical laws, that's natural laws, are always quantum mechanical laws, and Einstein's fairy tales stand in direct contradiction to them, then where does that leave Einstein's fairy tales? It's just a simple deduction. We could have stopped at the primary school one up top. I didn't need to go any further, actually. I was just coerced into doing this. Let's tie a bow around gravity, both Newtonian, Cavendish, and Einstein's disheveled offerings, and pulverize them both. Ready? Martin Rees, FRS, astronomer royale with cheese, esteemed British cosmologist and astrophysicist. Listen closely. Oh, per Princeton EDU. What causes gravity and mass? These questions still baffle all of us. Really? According to Professor Rees, does mass attracting mass cause gravity? Nope. According to Professor Rees, does space... Holy shit.
Yeah, because I'm going to go back to the point I made.
Why didn't you let me finish?
No, because this guy you're liking the words of, Martin Rees, FRS, Astronomer Royal, Extended British Cosmos.
Royale with cheese, get it right.
She said, yeah, Royale with cheese. Yeah. Why don't they call it quarter pounder? Because of the metric system, right? But he's still deluded, isn't he?
Yes.
We're living in a world of mass, where he's derived mass into a concept, as a concept that he's going to work with for reality, when all he's got is W equals mg.
Love you long
whatever
time.
You do here, even if you're not heliocentric, whatever you do here is it's based on a ball. Everything you're doing is based on a ball. I'm done. But
all right. So according to Professor Rees, from his statement above in Princeton press.edu, according to Professor Rees, does mass attracting mass cause gravity? No. According to Professor Rees, does space-time cause gravity? Nope. Uh-oh. There's a rooster in the henhouse, folks. You know why? Because real scientific theories identify the cause of the effect. It's their whole point. Okie dokie, then. The general theory of relativity is a theory of gravity, right? So, ballers, you have a scientific theory without a cause. You have a curved adjacent. This is just basics. Ballers got nothing.
Can I ask?
Just dollars got nothing. Alice in Wonderland has more veracity. Have a nice day. Questions, comments?
Sorry, I didn't mean to step in. I didn't realize you were going to say that at the very end. I thought there was an opening.
Okay.
Did Professor Reese define gravity?
No, I was thinking the same thing when I was reading that.
If he hasn't defined gravity, how can he derive mass?
Yeah.
Because all he's got is weight.
Yeah, it's a good point,
But
Brian. I should add that to the presentation because as soon as I read it, I thought of it.
Yeah, because how can he talk about the cause of something that he hasn't even defined?
Yep.
What's gravity? Like the cause of what? You know, if you know what I mean. If I don't know what the thing is, how can I state what does and doesn't cause it?
Yes.
You know what I mean? Makes no sense.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like I said, when I read that, I said, damn, I should have wrote that in there. But I was going to say it, but then I want to get done before somebody interrupted me.
And I was that somebody. Sorry.
I've had to do it ages ago, right? You asked me to do a little presentation on weight.
Yep.
If tonight isn't that presentation, and to make the differentiation between weight and mass, and if I've not made my point, I'll never make it. Yeah, I know I keep reiterating it. Please make this distinction. They take mass. Look where they use it. It's already not reality, as I outlined. Mass. Yeah, derived through G. And then everything they do that you're going to argue with and take nuances, you don't need to. Can't have gas pressure without containment. Don't need to argue the rest. They use mass. You know they're invoking a ball.
Well, they had to hijack the convention of weight to create the paradigm they have when it comes to gravity. Or, because that's what they did. They hijacked.
There's no convention of weight. Weight is a measurement, yeah? In terms of we can measure it. Well, how we quantify it is the convention. But it's still a physical thing, and Nathan mentioned it earlier when I started this, with relation to pressure. That's the convention, is what is the relationship between pressure and weight to me. If you're going to invoke a convention to weight. But for this purpose, I'd keep weight as the thing that we can define, that we can measure. Because it's not about that, it's about, like I say, the invocation of a term mass. It's important.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got to interrupt you. Sorry, got to interrupt you. Blind spot. I finally got. See, Adam read your super chat, but I didn't get it until I read it. He says, "Adam, great presentation." Did you hear that, Adam? Yeah,
I was wondering why no one got it.
No, I got it. I just had to see it written out.
I know. I was in full baller mode. I even gave you the qualification of what the P meant. But I presented it in a way that was positive for my outcome.
All in good fun. All in good fun.
You ain't going to get all in good fun out because Adam's going to rumpus you. He's got something. He's got a bee in his bonnet tonight.
Yeah, because this is a really important point. That's the bee in my bonnet. Grasp this, switcheroo. Yeah.
I needed to ask Adam.
All run off with mass. Yeah.
Well, let me give you another.
Which is why I needed to ask. Please let me. Adam, I needed to ask what is weight because you gave me a real hard time the other day defining weight.
Well, what is weight? If I ask you to weigh something, what is it? It's a disequilibrium, isn't it? In the medium of air.
Do gases
we can create pivot points to have a non-scalar thing, or we can set up scalar things to quantify it, to put numbers by it. But ultimately, like I said, it's a kind of a pressure mediation based on what? Based on something solid or liquid if it's contained, yeah, within the medium of air. That's what the convention of weight is. That's why I tried to stay away from that, because it kind of is a negating point from what I'm trying to make tonight. I don't want to
Okay,
get
so simple question would be,
let me just mitigate. Only because it's not to not discuss weight, because I'm happy to do so, but I just want to make sure you understand that we've got weight, and as you're alluding to, that's a bit dodgy, isn't it? That's a bit dodgy as well. Wait, I can throw a little question over there. Lovely, brilliant. Well then, why would you take something that's a little bit dodgy, divide it by G, which is even more dodgy, to get M? Yeah, which is completely dodgy. That's my point this evening, not to validate weight, which I'm happy to do maybe another night. But I think
so
that's
here's this statement. You tell me what this statement means to you, or whether it has any meaning or not. Carbon dioxide is a heavier gas than nitrogen.
Oh God.
Do gases have weight?
No, that's wrong.
gases
that's
don't
wrong.
have weight. How can a gas have weight?
You're not
Or
dimming
are
his
you
question.
saying the
No,
carbon dioxide molecule that you can't weigh is heavier than an oxygen molecule? Or yeah. And what's your claim here? So your claim is malformed, because it's non-provable in of the behavior and the convention of weight. But let's just proceed with it, Arthur. So just you heard my rebuttal. So what do you want to? No, let Arthur do it, because we can all add more. But do you understand the point I'm making? Your claim or your question needs reforming to be respondable to.
So this statement is not correct, or there is some refinement required that carbon dioxide is a heavier gas than helium or nitrogen.
How heavy are gases? What does the term heavy refer to?
Which is why I asked you, what is weight?
Oh, no, you've used the term heavier. It's heavier. So what's heavier mean?
Something which has more weight.
More weight. How much weight does a gas have?
Different gases have different weights.
No. How does a gas have weight?
Density.
What is the convention of weight? I just said to you, it can be a pivot point, a point of equivalence that could define it, which is non-quantifiable, or we could set up a scalar system where that downward pressure is scaled. Yeah. Now, what downward pressure does a gas have? And is the downward pressure of a gas the same as of one molecule of gas, the same as one molecule of liquid? Now, if you can't say that that is the same, then the convention of weight is non-applicable to when you're talking about gases.
Gases can't have weight.
So that's the question. Do gases
Weight.
have? Do
No.
gases have?
Weight.
Yes or no?
No, they don't. No.
Okay.
Weight is a linear downward vector force. That's how it's described. When you stand on the scales, there is only a linear downward vector because of you being more dense as a solid than the air that surrounds you. Right? So you have one vector only. You don't have a vector sideways at an angle upwards, only down. Gas does not have that. That's why you cannot say gas has weight, because it has a vector in all directions. Now, if I take a room and I seal the room and I pump in a high concentration of, there's air in it, I pump in a high concentration of carbon dioxide, the carbon dioxide will appear to stay close to the floor for a time until the fusion takes hold and it'll all mix together. But if I pump in a high concentration of carbon dioxide and I remove the air, what will happen? The carbon dioxide won't be at the bottom. It will fill the room. That's not weight. Weight is a linear downward vector only. If I put a piece of steel in that room, that steel, if I remove the air, that steel won't go up. Steel has weight, because weight is measured within a gas, the gas of air, which is a collection of all gases.
Remember
Gas cannot have weight.
definition of weight. Yeah, what is weight? It is you said off it, Brian. Remember the last bit. In the medium of air. Okay, so now let's just reform the question. Can I weigh something in the medium of itself? Is that a reasonable question anymore? Because that's what you're actually asking via the definition of weight. Because it is downward pressure in the medium of air. So, in the medium of air, I'd like to measure the downward pressure of this bit of air in the medium of air. Yeah, it
Okay, so
becomes
thank you for
malformed
answering.
because it
Yeah.
demonstrates that you're ignoring the definition of weight.
So when I asked the question, do gases have weight? Adam and Brian were clear that no, gases do not have weight. Now let me share something which is an observation that we find. Even you can check it and you are also going to come to the same conclusion. If you take two containers of equal volume and put two different gases, equal amounts, that means equal number of moles of two different gases, let's say nitrogen and carbon dioxide, in those two containers, and you weigh those two containers, you are going to find that the one with carbon dioxide weighs more than the one with the lighter gas, which is nitrogen.
Okay.
This is what we observe. This is what
Carbon
happens.
dioxide is a great example.
Brian, just quick question. Does it weigh more by their relative atomic weight, or is the differential different?
I'm not claiming anything about the cause effect.
Answer the question. You're the one
I'm
with the
saying it
question.
happens.
I need clarification on your question. So are you asking me, because you've not put any numbers to it, which we could both go away and do.
There was no
So
question
are
there.
you, let me
It is
finish.
something that happens. There was no question.
Are you claiming that the differential in weight will be equivalent to a relative atomic weight of the differential of the particles? Or if they were solids, if we were to convert them to solids, so that weight differential in the two canisters has a molar equivalent based on the relative atomic weight of those molecules. Is that your claim, that will be a one-to-one relationship, or just the fact that the one with the CO2 or the N2, one might weigh a little bit more or less than the other? What is your question? Can you clarify that?
There was no question. I just told you what will happen, and with good amount of laboratory accuracy,
what will
you
happen
will
then,
find
Arthur? What will happen? Will the weight differential be equivalent to a molar mass differential, or will it just be some kind of random difference? Please clarify so I can answer your question fully.
Yeah. If you do it accurately with no spillage of any gas, if you can make sure that happens, then yes, it is going to be equal to the differential of molar masses of those two gases.
Yeah, but does it?
No. A one-to-one, as if you calculate them as relative atomic weights of each molecule. The weight on the scale, what you put in the canister, will increase by that amount, and the differential will be exactly commensurate for the opposite gas. That will increase by its relative atomic weight multiplied by the number of molecules, and the differential between the two will be commensurate and demonstrate the relative atomic weights of both molecules and the amounts. Is that your claim?
Right. Yeah, that's right.
I'd like to see that.
If you take a canister, let's say you take a van.
No, Brian, I'd like to see that, Arthur, please. Can you provide that information? Can you show it by demonstration, please? It's not how we load aerosols. But please, can you show that?
Have to wait for a second. Retro Bill, thank you, sir. The majority of carbon dioxide resides at the top of the atmo, caused primarily by cheeky, rebellious, bra-burning gas molecules. Thanks, Retro Bill. Go on.
You saved me, thank you. Yep. No, I don't think there's a point in going forward. That needs to be demonstrated, because that's quite a claim. So I think that needs demonstrating, Arthur, beyond a GCSE question that you've seen somewhere.
I mean, this is what happens. it is based on our observations. This is what we
No, no,
observe.
no, 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 no.
This is why
I
we say
think
carbon
we
dioxide
need
is a
to
heavier
see
gas.
that. I need to see that demonstrated and proven. It's quite a claim. Yeah, I'm not calling you out and saying it's wrong, but I think to proceed, that's quite a claim. Seems to be in defiance of gas behavior and the convention of weight, what you're claiming. So to proceed, and I'm happy to listen to it, you need to demonstrate it, dude. Yeah, to move forward, because you've brought this forward a couple of times. So now demonstrate it, please.
So when you talk of pressure, if you put equal amounts of two
No,
different
that's not what I said.
please
Dude,
let me
come on.
complete that.
Have the respect to at least answer the point I just put to you. Otherwise, I'm feeling a little bit mugged off, mate. Yeah? Like you're ignoring what I just said to you. Do you agree with that we shouldn't proceed until you can demonstrate? There's a direct question, a yes or no. Do you agree that until you can demonstrate the point you're proposing, we shouldn't continue with this supposition? Do you agree with that, yes or no?
I can give you a citation. That's what I can do.
Oh, and demonstration of it.
My God, you need some good equipments and laboratory for that demonstration. I do not have that at my disposal. How am I able to? How am I
I'll
going
go
to?
back. I'll go back to an old QE quotation to measure gases, how much you've got there. Whether you want to quantify it as whether it's atomic weight, mass, whatever, it's kind of irrelevant. What you need is not the weight of the thing you're sticking on the scale, but the volume and the pressure, and to know what's there to define how much you've got. Correct.
Can I give an explanation?
And maybe conventions like I think one deck does it, and one of Neil's family do it, sticking stuff on scales when they fill gas tanks up, and it's not weighing things. It's ignorant of the term weight, yeah, and it's not how we define gases fundamentally. I've never defined gases like that. I've never said fill the container, right, and stick it on the scales. Not how things are done when you're dealing with gases. You deal with volume and pressure to define how many moles are in there. Yeah? Not what it weighs, because that's not what you're talking about. Yeah? We're trying to, when we stick something in there and I'm selling it you want to know how much you've bought. Now with gas, you don't know how much you've bought unless I tell you how many moles you've got. And that's defined by volume and pressure. And that seems to be my confusion with you, Arthur, that you're trying to
please, if you let me speak,
redefine.
clarify.
Let me finish. Redefine how we measure, yeah, and quantify things of a different phase: liquids, solids, and gases. And this seems to be the fundamentals of the claim that's being put to me. That no, we don't measure gases like this. We measure them by putting them in a container and putting them on scales. That seems to be what I'm being told.
I never said that. How did I get?
Can I add something in? Can I add something in here?
Let Arthur respond to the point I just made to him.
Right.
Is that what I'm being told, Arthur? That the way we weigh gases is to put them in a container and put them on scales, not calculate the number of molecules in there based on their volume and pressure.
Why is it coming back to me? Today it was your turn. How the turns tabled.
Okay, I'll take that as a yes then, and we can move on. So anyone else that wants to chip in, but
I think Brian. I think Brian
no
wanted to say
appropriate
something like 8 hours ago.
Yeah, because I kind of knew this is kind of going to go in the direction it went. If I take, this is going to be hypothetical. If we take a van and put it on the scales, you know the scales they put trucks on and stuff like that. And in that van we put in 30 tennis balls. And after that we take out the tennis balls after we've weighed the 30 tennis balls moving around in the van. Then we take out them tennis balls and we put in 30 basketballs. At any 1 second, for any one passing second, there's either 10 tennis balls bouncing off the floor of the van or 10 basketballs. Which one is going to show a greater? Weight, downward force? The basketballs, because there's more density. There's the same amount, but there's more density to the basketballs. So they're going to show a greater, because there's a greater surface area being affected. So you're going to show more weight just off that one thing alone. You know,
I like that analogy, Brian.
Yeah. So,
just only because there's a super chat, I'm not interrupting otherwise. Retro Bill, $5 super chat. Cheers, bro. Arthur, perhaps look up Avogadro's law. That's the point I'm making, and I think with Brian's analogy, that's a fantastic analogy, Brian. Yeah. But when the basketballs are hitting the ground, or the tennis balls, is there true weight conveyed onto the scale of every particle in there? Is that a true conveyance of the term weight? Is I think the point Brian's makes. So I'm back to you, dude. But
no,
yeah.
It's not, because it's only 10 of the 30 of either the tennis balls or the basketball at any one time. So you don't have a weight, because the basketballs and tennis balls within this made-up paradigm, right, don't have a linear downward vector. They have vectors in all directions, but for any 1 second, 1/3 of them will be bouncing off the floor. But that doesn't mean you've weighed the basketballs or the tennis balls. You've registered a difference in downward pressure.
Yeah.
That's all.
Even though that average amount of bouncing of the basketballs would result in a increased downward pressure as opposed to nothing, that's not I relate to the point I made earlier. It's not a one-to-one relationship with regards to Avogadro's law, where you're trying to, and I'll stick in the convention, trying to determine the mass of the molecules that you've got in there. Because in this sense, you can use the term mass, but that's the point. It's not the same thing. We're no longer talking apples. We're talking apples and oranges. How do oranges behave differently on the scale compared to apples? Apples all push down. Oranges only push down some of the time. Some of the time they push up. Some of the time they don't even push down at all. They're just in the middle of doing nothing. And that's why it perverts the convention of weight and what weight means.
That was a really good analogy, Brian. Hold on a second. That was Brian. It was really good. You had me going there. I thought you just meant just to roll them on in and then let them settle and then weigh them, but you're actually bouncing the tennis balls and basketballs.
Yeah,
bang
because
on, like that hillbilly blue balls. Sorry, Brian.
No, you're okay, Adam. No, I appreciate the compliments. No, the problem is when you're trying to weigh a gas, right? You also have other factors coming into it. So not only do you have that basic factor, which is not going to give you the weight of either gases, right? It's only going to give you an increased downward pressure for the one that has more density, or the one with the bigger molecules, if we describe it this way, right? There's also that if that gas in that container has more density than the air outside, then it will have more of a linear downward vector perceptually on the scales. Because
if you hadn't got a shitload more pressure than the outside pressure, there'd be no point transporting it, would they? So you know what I mean? You have to, there's the pre-assumption there's lots and lots of gas molecules. But I said the hillbilly blue, but your balls have got elastic collisions, and they can. It doesn't matter where it's going; they can continue bouncing. But the analogy is fantastic, Brian. Yeah, because how many times has the weight of the balls applied as a downward pressure on the scales? So yeah, brilliant. And I agree with the molecular comparison totally. Yeah. The N2 and the CO2 are going to have different force of impacts on a tiny scale, but that's what we're talking about. But a tiny scale times a quadrillion becomes different and measurable. So yeah, brilliant, mate.
Well, thanks, Adam. I appreciate it. If you take enough helium and put it into a container, that will show some kind of a downward vector as well, if you put enough of it in there. And if you take carbon dioxide and you put it into a container and it's less dense than the air, there's a lesser density within the container of carbon dioxide than the air on the outside, what weight are you going to get then? Because as you increase the density, you will increase the downward vector force, but even at that, you won't know how much is in there. All you're weighing is how much of a downward vector force is being applied to the base while that gas is moving around. That's all. And if that gas in there is more dense than the air around it, then the more dense will always go down. But that doesn't mean it has a linear downward vector. Because when it comes to gases, it's disproven. So that's the problem. People think, because the ballers want to tell everyone, when I say the ballers, I'm talking about all ballers, PhD types, everyone, about the weight of gases. It's complete and utter nonsense. If we just use the example of objects weigh more in a vacuum, how can gases have weight if objects weigh more in a vacuum? Can't. You have to contain the gases and manipulate it to get some kind of a downward difference in downward vector force between two gases. And you think you have two different weights. You don't have. You're mugging yourself off. No offense to Arthur, I don't mean it that way, but that's what's happening.
You just explained the reason for the difference in the weights. Yes, that is the reason for the difference in the weights.
But there isn't a weight. That's the problem. The only weight is the van.
Yeah, he's not getting it.
Gases don't have weight. Am I supposed to go by that statement?
No. What we're saying is, when you put the two gases into the two containers, the containers have weight, but the thing you're then going to see a differential change on the scales cannot be defined as weight.
So gases don't have weight.
Correct, Arthur.
Well, you wouldn't have to contain them. You wouldn't have to contain them if they did.
So it's an utterly wrong statement to say that carbon dioxide is a heavier gas than nitrogen gas.
I think that's exactly how I started.
Started by saying it was a malformed question. That's correct.
This convention is only something that was given to us by heliocentrism, because they need gas to have weight. They need the air to have weight for them to claim that gravity is giving weight to a mass of air that is creating gas pressure at the surface of the Earth, of their globe Earth, keeping the gas from going off out into a vacuum.
Yeah.
Objects weigh more in a vacuum. Sorry, Kibby, come on.
No, you're right. But they're also treating the atmo as a single entity when it's not. It's an Go ahead.
So that it could dispel weight down. That's what they say. The atmosphere, this air pressure is like equivalent to to water pressure as you go down.
Yes.
Yeah? That's a nonsense. There isn't that. Water sits on water. And therefore, if there's more above, the more downward pressure there is, the more squishing down of the things as they accumulate. That isn't the case, even if you've got a density gradient, which we have. Yeah, these are free moving particles. The thing that defines the amount of force applied to you is the air pressure, not the amount of air that's stacked above it, just your local pressure. That's what applies the force. Yeah, not the weight, this nonsensical claim, weight of air above you, which, like I say, is nonsensical because it's trying to apply the convention of weight to gas behavior, which is nonsensical. If you want to talk about pressure, weight, with relation to gas, we talk about just gas pressure. And the way we define it is volume and then measure that pressure, which is related to air pressure or graduated from that. But
so all flat earthers should stop saying that helium is a lighter gas than air, which is why it goes up. That's a
Right,
wrong
if you want to make that statement, then step into the convention of relative molecular mass. Okay, a chemical convention.
What's
So if you
mass?
want, so it's an equivalence in the chemical nomenclature to weight. Yeah, so it's a way of describing it and the differences between the molecules. So we can, if we want to step into that and we want to put some kind of qualitative analysis on different molecules, yeah, then use the term relative molecular mass, because that's what you're talking about, the composition of this new kind of it's not like weight, is it? It's an adaptation of weight, but within another construction. Yeah, so use it within that if you want to say that hydrogen has a lower mass, relative molecular mass, than carbon dioxide. Lovely. What does that mean? Brian summed up what it means, if I'm being honest. Yeah, with his basketballs and tennis balls. That's exactly what it means. When they hit the walls of the container, the effect in terms of the amount of pressure to the system they exert will be slightly less based on the molecular size.
Well, some weeks ago we did a presentation on BALLBUSTERS. I'm not sure which one. I think it was, which ball, but it was close to the 100 area, and about how objects weigh more in a vacuum. Now, Dr. Danny Faulkner left a comment on the video, on the presentation afterwards, and he tried to hoodwink people with hydrostatic pressure, because that's what the air, the atmo, has to have within his paradigm. It has to have a linear downward vector force, right? Now, they're going to also claim that gas moves in all directions, but they have to claim that it moves especially downward the most. This is what they're trying to claim, right? It's nonsense. But he tried to hoodwink people with hydrostatic pressure. Hydrostatic pressure is only observable in incompressible fluids. So any fluid because that's what they'll try and do. They'll try and equivocate with the word fluid, between liquids and gases. They're both fluids, but one of them is compressible, the other one is not. So you can compress a gas, which tells you don't know how much gas is even in there if you can compress it, right? Realistically, you can only calculate it, right? But you can't compress a liquid, and that's why hydrostatic pressure exists, which is Pascal's principle. It's where hydraulics come from, right? But that has nothing to do with gases, because gases don't have weight. If they did have, you couldn't compress them, and they would have hydrostatic pressure.
Nathan!
Can I ask a fast question? Not about this, about real quick.
You better hurry up.
I just wanted to know if you guys welcomed the blind spot here, because it's been going in and out, and I don't know if you did. I just wanted to say hi to him.
Well, hello, Neil.
Jeez.
Hello, blind spot.
Actually, Brian, I was thinking. Well, thank you. I was thinking, Brian, something you just mentioned. Did you see the debate with Flatzoid yesterday with the engineer Leslie or whatever? They were discussing gas pressure and the weight of gas and things like that.
No, I haven't seen it. No.
It'd be worth watching, because I think you make a lot of good points that I think counter a lot of Leslie the engineer's arguments. It was on, I guess, McToon or whatever his name is, his channel. But I thought it was an interesting debate. But I think I think you bring a lot of insights that maybe a Flatzoid kind of missed. So, anyways, just might be worth watching.
See, I think Flatzoid knows. I think Flatzoid knows most of this anyway, but it's just the way he maybe goes about describing it. He doesn't get maybe his point across in the same way. But I know people like this guy Leslie, without even know. I've heard of him, without even knowing anything about the guy. He has to beg the question. Gas has to have a linear downward vector within his paradigm. It has to.
You're correct.
I think. Yeah. I think the biggest point that I took away, juxtaposition to your insight there, was the fact that they conflate liquids right? With gas or whatever, you know, I guess conflating liquids and fluids, right? And supposing that gas can be weighed as a solid, essentially. And look, I'm not a scientist. I don't know. You know better than I do, Brian. But whatever you said there, it just really
I'm
struck
not
me
trying
as
to
something
say
that would
that.
have been, yeah.
No, but that's what they do. Like doctor, that's why I didn't call him Dr. Danny Faulkner to big him up. I did to big him up, but not for any positive reasons. Is that this guy is a doctor, and he'll put in, "I'm Dr. Danny Faulkner," and he tried to hoodwink people who he thought were less informed or less educated than him, and he tried to hoodwink people in QE's comment section by stating that trying to claim that gas has hydrostatic pressure. It can't have. Hydro, which is not in gas, it's water. Static, right? Static is not moving in all directions. You know what I mean? Like gas does. And pressure, which is a linear downward pressure. So you can't. It's like. So go on, Adam. Go on.
Oh, yeah, on that, right? So I've got on the scales, I've got a litre of water. In 1 litre of water, it's 1 centimetre wide and a metre high, or whatever it is, 100 centimetres high. And then the other one is like just a shallow dish. Now, the hydrostatic pressure in the collimated water will be higher at the bottom, won't it? Compared to the bottom of the shallow. Yeah? What's the weight on the scales for that litre of water?
Yeah, exactly. It'll
1 kilogram. Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. They're just bullshitting you. They're trying to hoodwink you on the understanding of the convention, which, respectfully, Arthur, I'm not having a go, dude, you've demonstrated tonight. Understand the convention and the hoodwinking can't occur.
If you take 2 containers, you fill one up with a litre of water, and you fill the other one up with carbon dioxide, let's just say, or any gas, until you get the same weight on the scales. How much have you put into that? Have you put 1 litre of gas into it?
Yeah, another
Do you know
one.
what I mean?
I'll take a gas canister and I'll put some scales in the bottom, and I'll stick a 1 kilogram weight at the bottom, and then I'll seal the top, and it weighs 1 kilogram. Then I'll pressurize the container, right, up to stupid amount of atmospheres. Will it weigh the same at 30 atmospheres compared to 1? And then let's take it to extremes, because this is how we fill these gas canisters. I'm going to fill it up so that the pressure is so high that liquid is forming at the bottom. And when it's liquid, it'll fall because the gas around it, as dense as it is has no structural support to keep it, so it hits the bottom. Yeah. Now, that bottom and that amount of pressure that I keep pumping in means the liquid layer is now above the scales. What's the weight on the scales now that they're floating? Yeah?
Yeah.
Weight is the downward pressure of solids and liquids if they're contained. Solids tend to contain themselves, yeah, in the medium of air. And it's that it's that last definer that's really important if you're going to understand or not get mugged off with what weight is.
Yeah, weigh that litre of water without the container in water. Do you know what I mean? It's like you have to have, even in air, you need a container, but you don't have to contain the top. But with gas, you put it in, you have to have a totally contained system. It can't escape. It can only exchange energy. It has to be a closed system. It can't exchange any matter.
I asked Arthur that the last time he brought this up. I asked him, I'll go to the bottom of the pool and I take a bowl, with a 1 litre bowl, and I take it to the bottom of the pool, yeah, and I put it on the scales at the bottom of the pool. How much does the 1 litre bottle, how much does the 1 litre of water weigh on the scales in the medium of water? How much does the bowl and the bowl full of water weigh at the bottom of a pool? Yeah. That's what the convention of weight is summarized. Yeah. Don't get mugged off with it.
Well, you can't even weigh the bowl in that circumstance without taking in the volume of water that's above it.
But the buoyancy that the medium of water gives to the bowl will reduce what we understand as the convention of weight. Yeah? There still will be a downward pressure of the bowl, but how much of the water in the bowl will exert a downward pressure onto the scales is what I'm asking. Well, if I put that bowl on normal scales above the water, how much of the air in the bowl means it affects the weight on the scale? Yeah?
Yeah. That's the thing about it. Like that's why it's such a pertinent point that objects weigh more in a vacuum. Because when there is air present, there is a certain buoyant effect to all objects that are being weighed. Solid objects that are being weighed on scales, or even liquids that are being weighed, contained and weighed on scales, will weigh less in air and air pressure than they will in a vacuum. So, I mean, weight it's very simple. It's a linear downward vector, and we use the medium of air and the pressure of 14.7 psi. That's what we use, and it's for liquids and solids. It's not for anything else, because it can't be for gases. If you can fill a room with, if you can fill a vacuum with gases, if you can release a gas into a vacuum and it'll fill the full vacuum, just that one type of gas, and it'll fill the vacuum evenly all around, which it will, then how can you weigh it? Liquids won't do that, or solids.
Can you measure the density of that gas?
Can you, Arthur? Can you measure? How do you measure the density of gas, please, Arthur?
Oh my God. You just shot that question at me. I was asking Brian. So
you're going to have to calculate it.
Again, it's a malformed question, Arthur.
So if gases have density, they have to have weight. How can gases have density without weight? Density has weight in its definition.
The reason I put it back at you is it's another malformed question. What's the density of that gas? What's the phrase we use to describe the density of gas? And how do we calculate that? What are the two parameters we need to have the expression that you're incorrectly using for the density of gas?
Arthur, is density a calculation or a measurement? And is weight a measurement or a calculation? One is a calculation, one is a measurement.
No, Brian. Density of a gas. What does that mean? Right. If I've got a solid, yeah, then its density is the number of molecules per centimeter squared. Correct? And that's within.
You have to take in the volume, yeah.
Yeah. Now I've got a liquid, and we've just described that we can squash these things a little bit with hydroscopic pressure. Yeah, but ultimately that's why brakes work. They don't really change in any real way. Okay, but we can apply pressure based on the amount of things above them. Yeah. Now, that means they're compacted within a, again, fixed volume.
Well, the density is only comparable.
How do we do that with a gas, Arthur? When you say density of a gas, if I've got a stationary liquid, things are pretty much, they are where they are, and there's that many in that space. Yeah, and that's a term that we can apply to liquids and a term we can apply to solids. Density, number of molecules per unit squared. Is that really the same? Is that how we describe gases when we've got them, when we say density? Or do we use a different term called pressure, which requires volume? That's how we measure gases. Yeah, we can't go, oh, what's the density of that gas? It's kind of a really malformed question.
Well, no, the problem I'd have with the question is that the ending part was, Arthur, you said that density creates weight. Density over volume creates weight when we're talking about solids and liquids, but it doesn't. But gases, because they don't have a linear downward vector, which is what weight is, then they don't have weight, but they can have a density. But you only define their densities as a calculation as when you compare each one in concentration. If you know what I mean, you can't. That's how you define that carbon dioxide is more dense than helium.
No, Brian.
As a calculator, well,
no.
how else are you going to define any kind of a density to them?
Your point's great again. Using that formula, density equals mass divided by volume. Yeah? Think of that in terms of when you apply it to gases, and then how do you apply it to gases as they're moving? Yeah? And then the differential when you apply it to liquids and solids. This is why we have the difference of describing the quantities of things and how we quantify them. Yeah? When we deal with gases, we deal with pressure within a volume, so we know how much we've got. Now, I can take a solid and a liquid and have its volume and know its density and know how much I've got. Or I can just weigh it and know how much I've got. Can't do that with gases. Yeah? There's and that's because liquids and solids, I'm using the convention of weight. When I deal with gases, to know how much I've got, I use the convention of gas pressure. They're two different conventions that are
actually. My brother said my brother just said you're measuring, you're weighing the water, the liquid rather. He said the gas goes in, but they flip the tank over, and they're only weighing the liquid state of it.
Kaboom! Because how could they weigh? Now, as Brian said, there might be some slight differential, downward force differential based on the collision of the gas particles. But it's only really when you start to get a phase transition that you'll notice any weight change on your scale. If that's how you, and there's nothing wrong with that, because it's a perfectly good way of filling a container and filling up the next one. Shout out Vlad on Flat Earth, $5 super chat. Late to the party, but I am glad the show is still on. Thanks, QE, and cheers to all. Thanks, guys. Vlad on Flat Earth.
Thanks for that. Well, the thing about it is this, right? You can't use the term weight if something doesn't have a linear downward vector force on a scale. It doesn't have, so you can't use it. When it comes to gases, I don't want to go into the liquefying that happens at the bottom because that gets a bit squirrely, but Neil's brother was correct. When that happens, you're weighing that, right? And you can even experience that with a canister of helium that you buy to blow up balloons for a party, right? Because there's such an amount of helium after being compressed into that, right? But the problem we have is that you have to contain a gas in its full surroundings, top, bottom, sides, everywhere. Whereas with water or liquid, you only have to contain it at the sides and the bottom, right? Because it's not going to go up. Gas will go up and out and in all directions. So the word weight has no connection whatsoever to gas, unless you're talking about gas in its liquid form. Gas in its gaseous form, weight has nothing to do with it, because it can't.
Excellent. That's right. That's exactly it.
Gas is just the medium in which the convention of weight is defined within. Yeah, the downward pressure is also subject to the medium of air. And as Brian says, when you weigh stuff in a vacuum, it changes. That's because there's less buoyancy there. And that is the convention. I think we can round it up here. That is the convention of weight. Yeah, downward pressure in the medium of air. Huey's gone for his tea.
No, I'm still listening.
I'm waiting for Nathan.
Nah, I gave up on
Poised,
that.
I'm ready. Yeah, well, there's a good conversation going in. The super chat's flowing in. I'm enjoying myself.
Yeah, I'm not in a hurry. You can continue. It is a good conversation.
Well, I'd like to hear what Arthur has. We've laid it out there, Arthur. Do you get what we've been saying, mate?
And if you don't, do you want to fight about it?
Fight.
I mean, I have a few things to say. I don't want to fight about it.
Come on then, Arthur.
Okay. So, since you were talking about pressure and weight, so in that same situation that I talked about, someone also super chatted Avogadro's postulate. So, if you have two containers of equal volume and you put equal amounts in terms of moles of two different gases in those two containers, then the pressure is going to be the same in both those containers from the pressure that the gas is applying on the walls of the container is going to be the same in both those containers. That is the Avogadro's postulate, provided that you keep pressure and volume and temperature constant. So the volumes are constant, temperature you maintain, and pressure also you can maintain. So if they have equal pressure, they are going to have equal number of molecules. Since carbon dioxide molecule is heavier than maybe helium molecule, that's why when you weigh those two containers, the one with carbon dioxide is going to weigh more than the one with the lighter gas.
You're missing something.
I think that's a
Arthur.
false premise.
Yeah, you're missing something, Arthur. You take just 1 second, Adam. Adam, you can correct me on this now if I'm stating it wrong. You're just saying equal temperature, but you don't know how that temperature, or in connection with the density of gas that's had to be put into the container, you don't know how if that's going to have the same effect on both gases. So carbon dioxide might liquefy faster, right, at room temperature than, let's just say, nitrogen. So if that starts liquefying faster as well because it's more dense, then you're going to have a situation where it's going to have more of a downward vector simply because it liquefies faster due to the temperature. All these things must be taken into account.
But liquefaction only will happen after you have put in a lot of carbon dioxide. We do not need to go to that extent. We can just put in 1 mole of carbon dioxide.
Are you talking about Avogadro's 22.4 deciliters for 1 mole?
Yeah.
That would be that would be an ideal gas statement, wouldn't it? As opposed to a every gas statement.
That's as close as we can get.
But not to say that definitively they're not different if we were to isolate and treat them in a molar sense.
Will both gases be more dense?
Let Arthur answer, please. But not to say that they're not different. You're saying it'll be imperceptible at the 1 mole per 22.4 equivalent, which would equate to, and that's the point here. This is an equivalence, ideal gas equivalence, that it would dissipate to within air pressure 22.4 deciliters cubed. Yeah, it's not saying that's what they are. And that's their behaviour defined. It's saying in an ideal situation, that's what it does. 1 mole will equate to that at 1 atmosphere. That's a condition again. Do you understand?
And my original analogy is relevant here as well.
So the kind of reasoning that I have come to is also buoyancy. The one with the heavier gas is going to be heavier because there is going to be lesser buoyant force. And in the one with helium, there is going to be more buoyant force, which is why it is going to make the weight lesser. So it is actually coming down to buoyancy. But I think we cannot say that gases do not have weight, because then gases would not have density also. How can you define density without weight? Which is why I wanted to know in this panel from QE and other experts, when we talk about molecular mass and molecular weight, How do we arrive at those numbers? So
Hang on,
I
Arthur.
Buoyancy
Okay, let me. Okay, one
no,
second.
right. Just no.
All right.
Buoyancy is
Okay.
negated with what you just claimed because you can't get to a point where buoyancy will be sufficient in terms of the internal differential to the outside, past an exceeding amount of pressure, i.e. to the point of liquefaction, because of the weight of the canister. So when you show that, that's not what you're showing. There is minimal buoyancy effect here until we're exceeding the weight of the canister. Yeah? So it's kind of, you've got to get past that to start to show those effects. You can't do it unless you've got super duper accurate scales. You're not going to be able to show that part of that. And it's not to say it's not an effect, Arthur. I'm just saying it's negated in the apparatus that we're claiming because we're measuring weight and we've put this thing in a container.
Yeah, Adam, just quickly. If I take 1 mole of carbon dioxide and 1 mole of nitrogen, will they have an equal calculated amount of molecules?
From my understanding, they'll have 22.4 deciliters cubed occupation at 1 atmosphere. Now, that also doesn't take into account the relative different molecular speeds of the molecules. Which would imply a differential in pressure as well, because if you're going faster, there's more collisions per molecule per second. So, like I said, this is an ideal. I don't think if you ever quote that, it's that accurate, and you would have to quantify it per gas. And that's, again, fundamentally in 1 atmosphere of pressure. So that's within containment, subject to 1 atmosphere. That's what it'll occupy. That's the kind of Avogadro's thing. Oh, God, I mean, this is a while since I've done this, but that's my best understanding from a long time ago.
Adam, you just answer my question though, right? Will 1 mole of carbon dioxide have an equal amount of, let's just say, calculated molecules to 1 mole of nitrogen?
Yeah, 6 times 10 to the 23.
Yes.
Right, exactly. Which goes back to the tennis balls and the basketballs. If a carbon dioxide molecule is bigger than a nitrogen molecule, then an equal amount of them will give a greater density. So you'll have a bigger surface effect on the base of a container.
Yes.
At equal temperature, taking into account that one won't liquefy before the other at that temperature. Let's just say. So Arthur, you're completely off base here, because all you have to do to prove or disprove what you're saying, right, even under perfect circumstances, is remove the top of the containment and see what any of them weigh. They won't weigh anything, they'll leave the container. That's the problem. They don't have a linear downward vector.
Before I let QE jump in, £5 super chat, Unitox family. Cheers, bruv. Thumbs up from a
he says good job.
Dude. Oh. Good job.
Good job. I wanted to say something because something cracked me up. Tiger Bear, that was right on time. He said he weighs things by smell.
If you're dealing with gases, it's as good a job as any, I think.
Yeah, because if you're dealing with situations where one gas has bigger molecules, right, than another gas, then an equal amount of those molecules is going to be more dense. So 30 of one molecule will take up a bigger area than 30 of another.
They'll all be different. All the gases will be different. They'll be the same.
Yeah.
The molecular. How can I state this? The moles will be the same, but they'll all be different.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's why people are mugging themselves off. I don't mean that as an insult to you, Arthur, but you're watching something happen on a scales, and you're thinking one is heavier than the other. But it's not about that. there is a greater density, there is a difference in their molecular size, let's just say. So an equal amount of them in each container, you're going to have a greater downward vector force on the one with the bigger molecules, because it's going to, when there's, for every second that 10 of those molecules are hitting the base of that container, right, there's 20 other molecules that aren't hitting the base, but because they're bigger, they're given a bigger force, or a more weight.
Yep, you got a good handle on this, Brian. Good job.
More pressure, more density, more pressure.
Well, I heard several. He has got a good handle on it, but he just hasn't got a word, or there isn't a word correctly describes what Brian's trying to describe when he's saying, well, it's got more density. Like, when he's saying it, I'm picturing like a chemical word on a blackboard being physically larger as a description, you know, with all the hexagons joined together with all the different letters. You go, okay, well, that's the gas that we're talking about, and this gas has less stuff about it.
Yes.
When you describe it with less stuff about it, that immediately becomes mole, doesn't it? So then you're back into the same discussion that we've just had. We haven't got a word for it, so there must be Brianism that we can ascribe to this concept, where we're not using something that immediately comes back to mole. We're not using something that comes back to weight. Not necessarily coming back to pressure, because it's not the collective. It's like, what is the word for this? We haven't got one.
Would it just be
we just need to go into more understanding.
Meekins.
What Brian's describing it is absolutely brilliant.
I like that. Oh, Adam, I like that. Meekins.
I call them Meekins. Is my mic working?
Higher or lower value of thereof. It's got more or less Meekins. It's got a higher Meekin value. Oh, that's got a lower Meekin value.
It shut him right up.
Only because I was busy blowing smoke up Brian's bum, and didn't notice my own. Brian's is better. He's not wrong. The critique you're giving I think it's just based on molecular understanding. If that molecule's traveling at the same speed, it would impart a bigger pressure of, say, a nitrogen to a hydrogen. Yeah, so it's going to have equivalent kinetic energies, but all of those quantifications occur in the pressure that's applied at 1 atmosphere from a mixed force. So, like I say, there are slight differentials if you're going to take pure gases, and you can deal with them. Importantly, you have to take those into account. But for most cases, as a rule of thumb, 22.4 is fine at 1 atmosphere. Because the outside, but what Brian's saying is fundamentally correct. Now, to keep the downward pressure the same with the basketballs, if they weigh a bit more, but they're going at the same speed, they don't have to hit as frequently. So there's kind of a balance that occurs there with atomic mass, kinetic energy, and rate of collision. Which is why you get to the average in air.
Right, because different type of gas molecules bouncing off each other, we could assume that the more dense type of molecules less make way for the bouncing of the less dense molecules, right? I mean,
it was already said here, man.
We give them more force.
Gases are not measured. Gas pressure is not measured by weight.
That's why I said density.
The density.
Yep.
It's how we're describing it, because we've all come to the terms of how we're using this word in this context. That's where I stepped in, though, isn't it, Arwin?
Well, the density also defines the quantity of the ability to press.
Not with a gas.
No, as a gas, of course, as a gas.
Not with a gas.
Dense, it's going to press more.
Not with a gas, not with a solid. Slightly with a liquid, as I described with the collimation. The density can apply additional pressure based on its downward pressure, based on the amount of stuff above it in a liquid. That doesn't even apply in a solid. There's a crystalline lattice. These are nuances. Yeah. Don't use the term density, yeah, with gas. Just get out of it, because it conflates the Socratic convention we've ascribed with liquids and solids. They're not applicable. Use pressure.
Yeah, but it is pressure.
Well,
The pressure is directly connected to the density of the material. I mean, and it's
Not
even
weighing it,
logical
though.
because when you compress it, it becomes more dense. It's compressed. So there's this extra working
That's
because it's
no, but
gas, but it's
it's
basically the
correct.
same.
But suddenly there's an external factor to what you've described, which would be the containment. So how much of it versus how small or big the container is will give you those qualifying descriptions for gas. But
Right.
without containment for a block of wood, you're describing its density, whether or not it'll float, isn't qualifiable when you cross it to gases. It doesn't work the same way. I'm saying this having had Adam and Brian go back and forth, so it's all contextualized, so we can all agree on what we're describing with these terms, not saying how big is the ball of the convention of a gas ball that's flying around, because this one's bigger than the other one, therefore it'll go up. Like, well, no, it's all expanding outwards, and it's not
Right.
working that way. In other words, Arwin, it's just
Well, you can't really
agreement with this
quantify
word.
gas with sizes, right? Because we can't really isolate a single gas molecule or something, right? We can only speculate through the whole mole system and all that. It's so elusive, but as a general rule of thumb, like if one denser gas basically has more power to push less dense gas around in however it wants to maneuver.
I understand, Joe, what you're saying, Arwin. It's just what you're saying is correct. You're trying to describe it, but the problem is that it's hard to describe it when it comes to gases because it's so easy to describe it when it comes to liquids and solids. But it's
Yes,
difficult to describe it with gas. I understand what you're
because of
exactly.
the elusive nature of gases, right? And I do
Yeah.
understand from that perspective why
They're
you would
elusive.
like to call that
No, no,
structural support.
no, it's
You've
because
got to stop, Nathan. Just one
what we
second.
have as a
Retro
base-
Bill. Super chat. Sorry, guys.
I'm sorry.
And then straight over to Nathan. Retro Bill, $5 super chat. Cheers, bro. But Google says molecules in a container heading downwards are accelerated by gravity, making the net downward force positive, gaining them weight. Thanks, Retro Bill. Cheers. Nathan, back to you, bro. Sorry for the interruption.
Perfect timing in the super chat, because gases don't do that. The way you're describing it with the cross description from solids and liquids would be to say that gases collimate or form layers. And gases, because of the way we can experience them in an already not isolated, contained system, such that we already experience gases. So we can create false environments of vacuums to then experience how gases behave individually in vacuums. Again, what we actually experience in terms of any gas is it will always, without exception, disperse through the other gases, just find its way through all of the gaps. Doesn't matter how big, small, dense, what other words have been used. It's a bit late in the day for me to summarise all the different variants of the words that we've tried to shoehorn in to describe what we're trying to describe. In terms of having more concentration of a certain gas, that is simply because that certain gas is being introduced into an already existing gas system, which is resisting, to a certain extent, the dissipation between the gaps. Over time, entropy takes hold and it will dissipate. It's this idea that there are any gases that are going down and forming layers. So why is this gas more dense than that gas? No, if you introduce a high quantity of gas, it might displace as it bounces off in a very, very high quantity the other already in existence gases that are already at a high pressure and a high quantity. With time, they disperse. Because you can have this temporary effect with a high concentration by way of introduction of a different gas, people assume that in this temporary state, you've got something kind of similar to how you'd have if you layered up a different whole bunch of liquids in varying types. No, the gas isn't doing that. You're just pumping in a high concentration of gas. If you've got a gas leak, like a pipe that's pumping out natural gas that's been contained and shipped through the underground system to your house and it leaks. You put something that can measure the quantity of gas right over the whole of the pipe, it's going to be a very high concentration for obvious reasons. If you move the sensor away, it's going to dissipate. Now, if you get a mile away, do you think you're going to get this nice little sandwich layer of natural gas? No, of course not. It's going to dissipate. It doesn't matter which gas you're talking about, without exception. Now, this is exemplified by the fundy ballers who come to us with sulfur hexafluoride examples. Look, it's forming layers. It bloody isn't. You've temporarily introduced into an already existing gas pressure system of the inhomogeneous anisotropic gases that we all breathe another high concentration of high pressure gas. Temporarily displaced all the other gases, if contained on three sides, only for it to then obey exactly what I've just described, which is entropic law, second law of thermodynamics. It will disperse through all the gaps. Why? Because it's bouncing around and moving in all directions. So if there's nothing impeding it, the only thing that is impeding it is another gas in its way. What's the gas in its way? Well, yes, there's lots of little particles, varying sizes, if we're going to call it that, or densities, whatever you like, all bouncing around. Predominantly, there's gaps. So the sulfur hexafluoride does what? Well, it makes its way up and out of the containment. Like all gases, we're kind of qualifying how a gas should behave. We qualify how liquids and solids behave because it's got same properties. It hasn't. It behaves fundamentally differently to both. Solids and liquids have got certain attributes that can be compared and contrasted. When you come to gas, it's so foreign and alien to the way those two behave. Everything changes in terms of how you qualify it. Now, it can be, for that reason, utterly ignored when it comes to gravity. Like, literally, it doesn't even factor. Yeah, it's ignored. And then, when it's raised as an objection, they start to assert the absurd. Gas go down. This is pulled by the force of gravity, like that super chatter. Perfect timing, by the way. No, gas still behaves as I described with the sulfur hexafluoride, which is what? A more dense gas? All right, well, if it's more dense, why the hell is it expanding up and out and all vectors then, like all the other gases? It's not. We're just using these terms because we have a crude understanding. It's our own fault. And we can spend, as Adam and Brian did very eloquently, thrash it out via Socratic method so we can understand how we are using these incorrect terms that don't cross-pollinate with the various states of matter that we experience. Now, that's useful if you want to assert a downward bias, and it's also useful for us to thrash it out and have or gain a better understanding through greater minds than my own, in this case, Brian and Adam. But I'm going to reiterate my point right from the start of this show, which is this to the guy watching is worthy of understanding so that you can take a step back afterwards and understand the very first point we made, or I made, I forget who made, doesn't matter, which is once you appreciate that there's not an always in effect downward bias, which is where the convolution with gas comes in, because gas isn't behaving like that at all in any circumstance, then you can debunk their premise and their claim, which is positive in nature and outrageous in type, by pointing out that it doesn't happen with gas. At that point, it's the end of the discussion. Having a good understanding of what's been discussed today is why you can take a step back from it. So I'm not saying don't understand these things. I'm not saying don't rewatch Ballbusters 5 times so you can get a grip of what's been discussed. It is worthy. And it's not like I'm saying I don't need to know any of this. You do. It's only because of the journey of discovery of the nuances of gravity, because of, like I say, greater minds than my own, that I've been able, and as I suggest you as the audience who have hopefully absorbed all this information also do, take a step back and say, I don't need to start explaining any of this once I appreciate that some things go up, some things go down, and some things don't do anything. Most stuff doesn't do anything. Look around you, right? There's nothing moving, right? Nothing's tending towards the ground to need an explanation. If it does, like the rain, there's a good chance something's gone up first.
That's where they get stuck, Nathan. That's where they get stuck. They still think that things go down. That guy said, I just smacked 3 things off my dresser.
Well, it does. Look,
Can-
the whole
can I-
thing, the issue is with fluids, you know? Gas is like a fluid when it's really isolated. And then, yeah, if it's denser than the regular average inhomogeneous gas, then it will go down for a bit. But yeah, then the gas does something that, well, actual liquids then usually don't do unless they're compatible, because there's incompatible liquids like fat, oil, and water, and those types. They're not compatible. With gas, I don't think that actually happens. I think that all gases actually do eventually mix up. And as they at first are like acting
Yeah,
almost
you
like a
say
liquid, they then kind of like a liquid and then transit to like, oh, but then they do mix upward and in all directions with all the other gas, and it's kind of mysterious what really happens then after that point, because of like
Really?
how inhomogeneous gases actually behave when you try to isolate the separate gas molecules. Like, I don't even know if that's possible. Like,
Can I ask you a question?
Can I point? Go on, George. Talk about.
Gases don't behave like liquids. They might when you
How
put
many-
them
how-
into a very foreign state and highly compress them.
at first,
They don't behave like
when
liquids.
isolated.
How,
That's
how
when
many
it's all
kilos in a cubic meter of air?
What
It's
pressure?
nonsensical, isn't it?
Yeah, you qualify it with pressure. But regardless, I understand what you're saying, Owen. I just object to it because it's used as a fundy argument to try and make gases like liquids when they say, well, it's just a fluid. No. You can describe some of the behavior of highly compressed gas particles that are so compacted together that they're rolling over each other, still fundamentally not bonded. Therefore, they're like liquids. No. Fluids is just a misnomer for me.
Yeah, that's why they have separate.
behavior.
That's why
but it's
there's
temporary.
separate. That's why there's separate phases of matter. They say that for a reason: solid, liquid, gas, plasma. That's for a reason.
Of course, but the fluid is
Can I-
really a behavioral notification, right? And it's getting hijacked. They take that behavioral notification and then try to ignore all the other properties of gas. That's what they do. But it's still a thing that kind of does, you know?
What's a thing that kind of does?
Some
When you
vacancies that you
isolate
can round
gas,
out.
it
I'm
will
just saying.
still it will still like behave almost like a liquid
No, it
as
doesn't.
long as it's still separated.
No, it doesn't.
You made him restate it now.
Random collisions in all directions based on their last collision angle.
Yeah.
Like
that-
gas
No.
behavior as we know it.
No, they're bonded. They're not colliding. They're bonded together.
Can I just?
Yes,
Yeah,
Brian, you were the
I'm-
one who was trying to get an actual point in before Arwin did this. But
I'm thinking no.
I would. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, it's just because I don't want it to get lost. Because this kind of direction we took was down to flat Earth. Now, flat
That's
Earth,
already
correct
happened,
me.
Brian. That's already happened. We're not bending geodesics in space time here. We can't wind back the clock.
No, I just need to make a point here. Flat Earther can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Flat Earther said that if we had two different gases, 1 mole of each gas, and both held at a constant temperature, right? A temperature that's not going to cause them to liquefy, either of them to liquefy, then we would have equal pressures in those containers. No, that is not. That is pre-assumed. Arthur, that would be a pre-assumption that we would have equal pressures. The pressure depends on the gas and how the temperature affects it and the size of the molecules, if we describe it that way. So you can't guarantee you'll even have equal pressure in both containers just because you have equal amounts of gas in the same volume at the same temperature.
Right, Brian, on that point, if I've got two different gases in the same volume giving me the same temperature, are the molecules moving at the same speed to give that temperature reading? Or is there a variance?
Very likely going to be a variance.
We're getting to such nuances here that we're kind of diverting away when the nuances really don't change the fact of gas behavior. It's interesting to consider them, and I'm happy to do so, but they're not really changing the point here, the nuances within the point.
Yeah, I would say the gases with the smaller molecules will move faster because they at least can move around more because there's more space to move around. If you're talking about one equal amount of each, there's going to be more space to move around. So it's very likely that the ones that are of smaller molecules will move faster. I don't know. That's just my thinking on it. I haven't proven it.
Doesn't. My point was, it doesn't matter. I won't answer. The point was the nuances that don't matter to comprehending the differential between gas behavior, liquid behavior, and solid behavior. Yeah, and more fundamentally, it's those significant differences that enable us to, and I'll bring it back, create the definition of weight, the convention that we use in the medium of gas, 1 atmosphere. That's what weight is.
Well, yeah. If we look at the heliocentric model and what they must claim concerning air pressure, right? And the fact that they're trying to claim that the air, the atmo, is what, within their paradigm, their atmosphere is one mass of air, right? They have to state it that way, and they need to equivocate between gas and liquid via the term fluid, because if you take gas behavior, it seems to be, the only way to describe it is that it's a collection of a ridiculous amount of individual entities. Now, if you go back to their old version of gravity, of mass attracting mass, which is a force of gravity giving weight to a mass, then all those tiny little particles, let's call them, molecules, they have to be pulled to the center of a globe Earth, because they're individual entities. So they have to be pulled. So there's no way this little individual entity could, if you take the center of mass of a globe Earth, there's no way that even one of those little individual entities could go up. It couldn't. So they needed to treat the whole lot as one thing, one mass that is being held to around the surface of a sphere, via force of gravity. Because treating it as one mass, it takes away the obvious that these little particles or these little individual entities, right, could in no way get past their force of gravity. There'd be no way for it to happen. It would be pulled and held at the surface. There'd be no way for it there'd be no way, for it to do anything else, under that paradigm. So they needed to treat the whole lot as one big, what in their vernacular, mass. A big, and while avoiding the original definition of mass in Latin, which is massa, meaning an accumulation of something. A gas is an accumulation of many individual entities. That's how we can describe it that's how we describe it from observing its behavior. So there's no way that they could ever treat them as individual entities, because the difference between one particle of any gas and a globe Earth, if you're talking about a force of gravity in terms of mass attracting mass, there'd be no way that could ever leave the surface. It would be impossible.
You reverted it back to the Latin there, and I can't disagree with that. If you said to me, over there I've got a litre container at this pressure, the mass of gas that I've got, that accumulation of gas that I've got, because that's what the term mass kind of means in a sense, isn't it? It relates closer to Avogadro-y than kind of bridges, but I think that's a better and fairer definition. I wouldn't disagree with that. You could say that I've got an accumulation of mass, if that's your interpretation of the word massa. And one last thing, I don't know what Australian dollars that I do know. 50 Australian dollars from Kutsora. A small thank you for all your work, QE. He's done nothing tonight. Don't thank him.
Yeah, just the presentation. Yeah, thanks, Kotsur. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
I mean, with all the work and research that Brian's put in, and even on this show, disseminating it in such a concise way, are we settled on Meekins or what?
I'm happy with
I'm
that.
okay with Meekins.
I can't remember what it even applies to, but I'm happy with it. Anything like that, you know.
It's the
Molecule sizes
versus the density versus the weight versus the whatever you want to describe quantitatively. No, qualitatively. No, quantitatively. I was right the first time. When you're describing an individual gas thing, yeah, that's a Meekin.
It's a Meekin.
I'm liking that now. I'll take that all day long. I might find out there is probably another term, but I'm having it for now.
Don't think so. I mean,
yeah.
Obviously,
that hydrogen molecule hit the edge of the balloon at 15 Meekins. I'm on for it. Yeah. Thank you, gentlemen.
I'd be talking more like carbon dioxide is a gas of 5 Meekins. That kind of way. And you could break it down into decimal places then for things like hydrogen.
It's got a lower Meekin value than helium. Helium's got a very high Meekin value. Carbon dioxide, very low value.
Loving it. Tell me that between that and a Gauss value. There's nothing. It's exactly the same. Gauss. Volt.
Gauss.
They're all posthumous names. It doesn't matter what you think. You might think they mean something. Just named after a bloke.
You're just giving I gotcha. You're giving another name for a thing, like an amp or a volt or an ohm, right? Well, okay. What's an ohm? Well, it's
after Dave Ohm. He's a plumber from Wolverhampton.
Right, it's a Mr. Ohm, isn't it? But it's named after somebody. But the amount of something when you're saying density of it, and that's bad. You got to give it a different name and give it a scale. And what's wrong with Meekins? I think it's a great name.
Hey, last time I heard one was the distance to the sun. Yeah, it was 3 Arwinian units to the sun. So if I have something like a Meekin, I'm well chuffed. Shout out Unitox Femu, $2 super chat. Nice show, Adam. Keep going. Yeah, you know it, bro.
Yeah, you got them all going on this.
I like it, Unitox.
I'm outraged that one of my quips hasn't got me credit for the entire show, but there we go. That's how it goes sometimes.
But can I just make a statement that this is why I don't like and why I charge for my time if I'm going to have to deal with someone in the opposition. Because this progress here, the conversation, bringing progress, bringing understanding, even if we already understand it, there's other people who are going to listen to this and understand it better. The more people understand it correctly, the better. And we're not trying to be experts on the matter, because you can't be an expert when it comes to gas and how it behaves, because it's so mysterious. But at least we're trying honestly. Whereas if we're dealing with the opposition, it becomes a butting of the heads situation, and no progress is ever made because there's a belief involved, and that belief on our opposing side must be upheld, regardless of. Even if we separate everything, separate all talk of flat or globe out of it, that belief will still come into it. And that's why it's as far as I'm concerned, a complete waste of time, for me anyway, dealing with the opposition. If we just all stop dealing with the opposition, we get so much further.
I said that in the pre-show. It didn't make it to the recording or the live stream, I should say. But before the show started, somebody mentioned that M. Stone was here to learn. My immediate response, I said, how much is he paying for this education? That was my immediate response. Shame that didn't make it to the recording.
Well, no. See, the problem is, how could anyone who's let's say a baller, someone who's before even they become an anti-flat earther, or if they're just a pedantic baller, they're not interested in learning because they don't believe you have anything to teach, or there's anything to learn via a conversation by two people, that we could both learn something. They don't even believe that. They believe it can only be a one-way street where only they could teach and you could learn. There could be no other way. There couldn't even be a 50-50. There couldn't even be a 20-80 split. They, as far as they're concerned, we have nothing to teach. And that's the problem. They think whereas we know that what they're promoting is wrong, and we're showing how it's wrong. but they just cannot take that on board. They can't take that reality, that what they're promoting is wrong. Even if it's something as simple as gas, they just can't take it. So they're not interested in learning, whether it be because we can't have anything to teach. It's not possible within their paradigm for us to have anything, information to pass on that would be something that they would learn from. That's the problem. So anyone that says, I'm only here to learn, are lying. I'm not saying anyone, but you know, the typical baller type who's definitely not there to learn. They're there to cause problems, cause argument. You know, it ends up being a butting of the heads, tactics conversation. You can't have a conversation if there's tactics involved. You can't. You can't. It won't be honest because somebody wants to win. You can't win a conversation. I can't win a conversation against Adam. It always has to be a debate if there's tactics. You know, so there's no conversation possible. So you can't. How many people learn from debates? Go on, sorry, Adam.
Well, we would debate what we thought was debating. But the second I realised we weren't talking about the same thing, so I can contextualise what you're doing, I realised it because I'm interested in learning things, yeah, not winning debates, yeah. So the second I realised that, I tried.
I stepped in and pointed it out to you, but I let that slide.
Game over ball toss. It is, isn't it?
Well, we take
I'm sorry, Adam. That was my bad.
No, let me finish the point, Bri, because it is a tonight. If anything, if people have heard me and Bri go at each other at cross tangents, that don't deal with the word tangents. Yeah, and then when we realised in honest intellectual discussion what we were at cross points, yeah. Look how the conversation changed. That's not the same when you're trying to deal with a baller because there aren't two parties trying to learn, prepared to concede a point to somebody to learn something. I'm happy to do that. Actually, tonight, neither me or Brian had to concede a point. Both our points were valid because we were at cross points, but both were valid. But that's not the level of engagement you luckily get most of the time. There's an agenda to be pushed, you know.
Both seem very uptight to me.
Well, a little bit high strung.
But that's the problem. A flattened globe have been debating for would be 9 years now in Betty's time, and there's no progress ever going to happen there because it's a situation of one side doesn't believe the other side has anything to point out or teach to them, and the other side thinks that they can keep on debating these people and it progress somewhere. It's not going to progress anywhere. It's never going to progress. These people aren't going to progress because they don't want progress. They want things to stay as they are. So you're wasting your time debating against, unless the only debate I'm interested in having is if it's in front of an actual physical audience, where the person's in front of me, something that's big. I don't care if there are thousands of people there watching. I don't care as long as it's something real, something that where the person has to, I'm dealing with my opposition, has to hold a certain level of honesty under those circumstances. Debating on YouTube and Discord is never going to go anywhere because the people that you're debating against never have to accept anything you say.
I've got a feeling, Bri, you want to do Glastonbury, don't you? Neil deGrasse Tyson at Glastonbury versus Bri.
Right, Brian's very physically imposing. Like he's a bit of a man monster. So I think in person, when they see the colour of his eyes, they'd have a bit more fear. Maybe that's what it is.
No, I look taller than I really am. It's just the way I look. That's the people often think I'm taller than I am. But no, the reason I say it doesn't have to be on a stage, but preferably I would prefer that. Right, it just has to be against somebody who is of note, and they can't use some rubbish tactic or try to avoid something or lie because it will be too obvious. So, oh yeah, I'd debate Brian Cox online. Absolutely, I'd debate him online if he wanted it that way and didn't want it on stage. If it was on stage, I have no interest in trying to be imposing on him physically. I'm only interested in the intellectual debate, and that's it. Just use him as an example, Brian Cox, because he's such a well-known person. Right, that's it. I would gladly go up onto the stage in front of faculty and students at a university against somebody who's of note in that university. Not some made-up person, someone who's actually somebody.
Not going to happen.
Because that's the only way, Andy, that situation will ever. Just leave me just 1 second. That's the only time that a debate will ever bring any progress. If these debates online bring nothing. Sorry, Adam.
It's not going to happen. That option for these academically qualified people to destroy us retard flat earthers has been out there for a long time. Been very easy. Never happened. All you get is the anti-flat earthers for us to deal with. Yeah, it's a bit like, is it RFK or somebody? Chocolate was telling me. He's put it out there to discuss what's gone off over the past few years. And the second the honest, open debate with a man that's got facts, yeah, and you're going to discuss facts, the opposition run away. And that indicates to you that there is no argument. There was just rhetoric and falsehood to try and collude you into something. Because these people have lots of ego, and you don't even need ego to go into a debate just to prove something, even if you've been genuine. I'll be honest, I want to just prove the truth to people, no ego, but you feel you're on the right side. You go into the debate. But where are they? They're nowhere, mate. We've shown that. Well, look at how flat earth debates changed. There's nothing out there. And as for the big boys, they'll never show it. Because the second they get destroyed, yeah, the paradigm falls. They can't risk going into this kind of debate.
That's the point I want to jump on. They can't risk it. What's in it for them? So when you assess these things, you just assess them on what they will offer you. People are selfish. They just assess it on what it'll offer them. And in terms of upsides versus downsides when it comes to us fighting them, it's like, we're the tramp and they're the boxer. There's no benefit to the prize fighter fighting the tramp in the street as far as he is concerned. So it's like really never even a consideration. However, you also mentioned something that I was going to drop in here, which was about their pride. Yeah, well, it will get the better of them eventually. Now, when it comes to the anti-flat earthers, too stupid. That's the problem, right? So they will respond because they don't really understand the arguments fully, and will respond. So you end up with people like Dave McKeegan, who basically gives you the ammunition you need to fire straight back at them in their own words, because they haven't understood the pitfalls of their own words when they disseminate their own rhetoric that they don't fully understand. They've only just looked it up. If you're someone like Lawrence Krauss or Neil deGrasse Tyson or who did you mention a minute ago, Brian Cox, they do know their rhetoric. Now, if they did happen to have one of our videos almost get the better of their pride, there's a good chance they would recognise where they would fail in the argument. Now, for the more intelligent people who don't visit Flat Earth debate, as Adam's just said, regardless of their stature that Brian's looking for, and I'm not demeaning what you said there, Brian, and I completely agree with you. That's the only way where is it worth for us debating these people? Well, I agree with Brian. That's why all the response videos, I kind of moan when we end up doing a Dave McKeegan video or a Simon Mandan video. It's like, these people are 10 a penny, number one, and they're not that big in the scheme of things. The big fish are Krauss, Tyson, Fox. Those are the people that we should be trying to get the better of their ego or their pride or whatever it is we're appealing to. Because when one of them responds to us and falls at the first hurdle, then it'll have some impact, right, Brian? That's what you're driving at. Messing around with these anti-flat earthers, it's not worth our time. Because what's in it for us? Fighting somebody who's only putting across affirmation bias for the general masses. When you look at the types of people, I know we try and avoid getting personal, but as I look at the types of people who oppose us on the anti-flat earth side, it seems to me that they're looking to gain the approval of perhaps a society that doesn't necessarily offer them any favours. Trying to affirm people's biases will get them on their side where they perhaps may have not had them on their side prior. For a lot of the people on this side of the argument, as I study it, I go, most of them are pretty cocksure. You know, they wouldn't be, I don't care, everyone's calling me an idiot. Water for a duck's back. You've heard me say that before. And everybody on this panel, pretty much without exception, I don't know, I can't look up and down the full list at the moment, but I'm going to say it, without exception, it's people who are pretty much assured of themselves, right? They don't need the masses to agree with them, right? So we don't need to appeal to things that people already believe, as our opponents do. Hence, there's no benefit dealing with them because they're not interested in learning, as M. Stone showed at the beginning of the show. What he's trying to do is talk through the ending so he doesn't have to cope with it 7 times. Why? Well, because if he doesn't hear it, it doesn't happen. Blah, 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 blah. That's what he's doing. It's sad. The Tysons, the Coxes, the whoever else of a higher stature, they're the priests that actually brainwash the masses through the television sets and the YouTube videos. That's the people that will actually have an impact if they were to ever address us. Hence, I focus on them. And leave the door open, I might add. So for all those people that are like, yeah, you don't want to address us. No, I leave my door wide open. Actually felt you had a winning argument, like the people who did 3 or 4 years ago, you'd stroll in en masse. Because you would think you could get the better of me and everyone on the panel. You don't, you make your response videos in your little echo chambers that you claim we have, with an open door that you can walk through. And the people that we do proactively address are the people we're talking about and Brian's trying to talk about. No, those are the people that we'd want to have in debate. Because if you're in front of the faculty and you're in front of the entire congregation of heliocentric faith believers in the form of a university, well, then every one of them are going to gasp when you, the flat earther, equivalent of a tramp fighting Tyson, knock the hell out of that guy and he's on the canvas, metaphorically speaking, on a stage instead of a canvas, as Brian wants. That's what he's saying. Symbolic. What's symbolic about beating Keegan, beating Dan? It's just meaningless crap.
You got another problem.
Go on. Other idiots. Anyway, I'm done.
You got another problem, but go ahead, Adam.
Superchat, sorry. It was only before Brian was kicking in. Retrobill, another $5. Compared to Brian, we are small fries. Spelt with a Y, by the way, Brian. In brackets. Gratuitous potato joke of the day. Which will be with an I. Shout out, Retrobill. Nathan, just one thing. I'm not.
That's Weasley.
What?
That's Weasley. You're using your position as super chats and to get okay.
Watch me. Don't think you can take that power. Thanks to Retro Bill. $5 super chat. Thanks, Retro Bill. I want to shout Apollo Creed. Okay. And my point to Brian, they won't come to us. I'm not talking about what we're worthy of dealing with anymore. They won't come to us, right? The only reason they would come to us is for kudos in their own world. Like Apollo Creed goes to Rocky. Doesn't think that Rocky can knock the shit out of him. Yeah? But in their world, sadly, they know how powerful our punch is. There's no chance. There's no kudos they can gain because they know if they do engage, they're going down. Yeah? They'll be destroyed. So there's nothing positive for them ever feel any reason to engage with us. In fact, actively, they will run from it. Like I said, with regards to, I'll shout out Joe Rogan. What's going on?
Before you shout out Joe, I know Brian's got a point he wants to get in as well.
No, I do.
Here's a circumstance. Okay, well, go on then.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, finish up, and then I'll jump in there.
The circumstance that we will have a Krauss or a Tyson or a Cox versus Rocky Balboa, the flat earther, it'll be Witsit Gets It, or it'll be Dell, and they'll just pick on the straw man. They'll take apart an incoherent dielectric accelerative force, exactly as we detailed at the beginning of the show when we're saying don't make the positive assertion that you don't need to. That is where somebody like Krauss will go, I'm going to have a debate with Dell about the upward rising Earth and how stupid it is, and compare it to gravity and win and get the kudos points against a flat earther. That's what will happen. In other words, when you say
that's not Rocky. That's like Adrian getting in the ring because she's been in and around Rocky's camp. There are lots of Rockies, but the people you described are like, what's the old guy? Even the robot in Rocky 4. It's like them getting in the ring. Yeah, that's not what they've.
Mickey,
they won't challenge a Rocky.
Mickey,
What they will challenge Mickey. Yeah, get Mickey in. They'll have Mickey, won't they? Yeah.
No.
They won't have Rocky.
No. Stop. This ties up beautifully back to the beginning of the show. Hopefully, QE won't round out on this because
I'm not rounding out. There's a subject I want to bring up concerning this subject. Please.
Okay. Well, beginning of the show, we were talking about their motivation, weren't we? And I was trying to disseminate Arwen's point that if they're raising in numbers through disseminating nonsense, and that nonsense is going to push them to the top of the lists, and that will self-perpetuate, which means that you end up in a position where the perceived Rocky is whoever I've just listed. I'm not going to pigeonhole anymore, so it's not too specific about an individual. But you know what I'm saying? Somebody who's got something that can be burned easily by our opponent and it's been built up into the community where it's like, well, I didn't even know you existed over on Quantum Eraser and Nathan Oakley 1980 or Arwen channel. I mean, I just saw the ones that were big, that had actually got popular with their ideas and nonsense that I can easily debate, would be the answer that Krauss would give, or Cox would give, as he's on the stage with someone else. Any other names off the top of my head? Whoever's got an outrageous claim in Flat Earth.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You know what I mean? You know, just somebody without me having to name somebody, which kind of ruins my point a little bit. But, you know, didn't want to say Whitsitt or Dell again, and I couldn't think of a third one. But, you know, those are the people who will be there having their upward earth or their downward bias burned for a faculty and the rest of the university and the cameras, potentially. We'll be like, yeah, we're moaning because we're Rocky not in the ring, and the reason we're not is because the people who have built up their popularity are the ones that have tailored to the lowest common denominator that wants an answer where we are refusing to give it because we don't have it. Well, if you just speculate it, you'll gain an audience quicker, and then you'll end up in front of Krauss embarrassing us all. That's the problem QE's been fighting against for a long time. Anyway, I think Brian, but mostly importantly QE, obviously.
Yeah, I had a point to bring up with a debate. I've mentioned this a few times throughout the years. Can you define debate? Rhetorically.
Me?
Nah, I'm just going to put it out there. I'm just going to put it out there rhetorically. You see, what you think is a debate, what you've seen as debates are not debates. It's a dog and fucking pony show. May I introduce modern day debate as the poster child of fuckwittery? That has never been a debate. Never. Right? A debate. That would have to be, it would have to be structured, and I've structured them before, right? First of all, you have to have a moderator they're in the game. Not only in the game, that have to be experts in this genre. That would be natural science and logic. That's first of all. Number two, there's not any an introduction. Hi, I'm QE. This is my claim. None of this 10 to 15 minute baseless assertion after baseless assertion presentation. None of that shit. You state your claim and you support it. See, support it. So you have to have the logistics there, whether it be sharing your screen or with anything else. You have to support it with citation and demonstration, depending on what the point is. One at a time. 1 point at a time to exhaustion. There's no audience participation. Let's ask them questions so they can just make more shit up that they can't support. None of these baseless, it's just baseless assertion. Friggin' carpet bomb barrage fallacies. Yeah? You getting it?
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. That's all I had.
Well, that leads right into my point, which was my explanation for wanting to debate. Let's just say it doesn't have to be someone famous, but a professor who's working at that university, or at least did work there. The reason being is that I am looking for something that's structured and correct. In a situation where If I ask my opponent something and it's a pertinent question, that person has to address it at least somewhat honestly, whereas online, that person doesn't have to address it honestly. They can use tactics to get around it, whatever they need to do, and they don't suffer any shame afterwards for that. They get a pat on the back by all the other people who do the same thing. Whereas if I'm if I'm against a professor, one second, just let me finish. No, just one moment. If I'm against a professor in a university that professor teaches at in front of the faculty and students, then that person can't use the same tactics, can't use the same levels of dishonesty, because it will be so obvious and they will suffer an after shame because of that. They can't do that. I can't say they can't do any of it, but they certainly can't do it to the same extent. And because they can't do it to the same extent, they have to, and we're two physical people there, then we address each other more honestly. That's the point.
I was just going to point out an example in the middle of it. So yes, absolutely correct. And so glad that I should thank him for joining at the beginning of the show and doing exactly that, which is to say there's no remorse that he hasn't in any way addressed the points put to him in regards to how did he phrase it? A tendency or a bias or a more likelihood of things to go down. You know, once that point, which was raised by him as a claim, it becomes a positive assertion. There's more things moving down. There's therefore a bias down. That's the inferred logic that he's asking about. Well, once the response was received, in a debate that was structured as discussed by Brian and QE, there's no, you seem disingenuous as a response, or is this how you want to be remembered as a response? Those don't fly. Kept on point by the moderator. Hence, the moderator has to be an expert in the discussion points. Otherwise, they're not going to know when there's foul play being used. I mean, not in that instance. That would be obvious to any moderator. It's an ad hominem attack instead of an address to the point that's been raised. It's just a personal attack, which will later be denied without shame, which is Brian's point. That's what you get online. Various different extents. All under the guise of, I'm just here to learn. And also talk over the conclusion when it's at its most critical 7 times. So that I don't have to listen to it. I can la my way past it, knowing that the audience is also not getting to hear it. Hooray, I'm winning. No shame.
Yeah.
Different case if you've got Cox in front of you. You say, Cox, are you familiar with the second law of thermodynamics? You are. Would you appreciate and agree that you would need containment to have gas pressure? You would. I would suppose that space is fake because it violates the second law of thermodynamics. Ergo, we must have my positive claim of containment. That would be how I would start a debate with Cox. Probably unreasonable by standards just laid down by QE, but knowing how a debate is actually structured, what you could try and get away with. Because Brian, no offence to you, if you know how to debate formally, you do try and get all those tactics in. You're trying to win. It's down to the moderator to moderate that. And you've got a certain amount of leverage to use tactics and fallacy if you can get away with it and win. The purpose of the debate's to win. The opinion of the audience, who may or may not vote on it at the end of it. And there might be a decision that's made as a result of it. So yeah, you're going to employ tactics. The point is that we don't. We have a winning argument, and the tactics that are employed aren't structured in rebuttal. They're pure fallacy or outright distraction from the conclusion being even heard. That's what we get. Outrageous. Why? Well, because they haven't got a response to us. We are Rocky. That's what we are. We know what we've got, and so do the people who've got a mild amount of intelligence. Would rather not just rumpus their way past the devastating conclusion because they know damn well they haven't got a response to it. So that it's not been heard then. Ha ha ha, winner! You're just joking, right? That's what we have to deal with. The door is still open on Flat Earth Debate daily. People seem to forget, even though I repeat it literally in the same intro and outro daily. Thank the people who've joined. The door's open to your anti-Flat Earth normie, i.e. the people we generally oppose that might claim that we're in an echo chamber when the door's wide open. Do we want to come to you proactively? What, so you can talk over us when you've got control of the mic? You're not interested in giving us a mic. You're interested in shutting us down for the approval of the masses. Probably all hate you for everything but your affirmation of their own bias. That's what I tried to get at earlier. That's what I see in a lot of the anti-flat Earth community. The dregs of society. Maybe it is a bit of a personal attack, but I don't care. I can only say it how I see it. I just see people seeking the approval of a society that probably hates them.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I want to disagree with a little bit. I've heard QE mention the term debates and stuff. I love listening to like postgraduate debates on a lot, just as important I think topics as this. But there's a way in which it's done, and it isn't those that shout the loudest, those that provide the most straw man, those that provide the most ad hom, and the kind of intellectual, I don't want to sound snobby, but if you're listening to actual real intellectual debates, it's those that provide the best argument for the listener to then digest that win the debate. It doesn't matter necessarily on the night. It's the dissemination of the argument that's the most important, and a clear, concise message. That's where I think we're winning. Yeah, maybe we can't get them in the ring, but our message is clear, and that's why they're running. And I think as long as we keep doing that, and I think just to pull it back to again the beginning of the show, that's why we have objection, because there is certain parts of the community that are clouding that clear, concise message. Yeah, and that message isn't to describe reality. It's just to point out we're being lied to. And if you start lying yourselves, then that message gets clouded. And that's my concern. And that's why I'm not worried, as long as we carry on like we're doing, Nathan. Yeah, disseminating how we're doing. We can't necessarily get in the ring with these guys, but the message is there. And, you know, it's dying, apparently.
I was about to say, in regards to one of our guests that we actually spoke to earlier, so there's a guy on the panel right now called the Blind Spot, and while I was testing my computer and recording the stream, what I got was an absolute gold, because it described how somebody found their way to Flat Earth debate. Now, this has already been published to the members, and Blind Spot is probably completely unaware that he's in a live stream and it's going to get recorded and it's going to get published to the public in the next day or so, in the next 24 hours. So check it out on Nathan Oakley 1980. But you're right, we do have a platform. So while we didn't have the opportunity, as Rocky in the analogy, to get in the ring necessarily, we've built our own ring and we invite people into it, and it's very public and open. The ropes are just there to be lifted if you want to come in and have a bash. Right? That's what we've actually done. People do find their way there. The people who find their way there, and this is why I published that, or will tomorrow publish that video, or why I edited it and made the efforts to put in the work to make it into a decent video. It's because it describes the bitter taste that's left in your mouth when you come across people like Whitsit. Not by me, by Rando, which is, he's not anymore, we know him as the Blind Spot, but at the time he's random new guest saying, or being quizzed on how he found his way here. He's describing how he's come to a few Flat Earth podcasts, gone, you know what, I like all your information, but when you speculated about that garbage, it left a really bitter taste in my mouth and left me wanting more. So I went out and found something else. And then I found Flat Earth Debate and Quantum Eraser. That makes it all worthwhile. Would it be better if I had 100,000 subscribers? Yeah, it would. However, 25,000 subscribers that are all of a high level of discernment, I'll take that every day of the week. Maybe this sounds terrible. I pause before I think what I'm going to say before. Fuck it. Those people tend to be a little bit better off and therefore can support my poor ass, right? The people with more discernment tend to be better at decision making, and they've therefore probably got a little bit spare cash to actually give me to keep the show running because they appreciate that high standard. I've had 100,000 just people who loved the garbage I spouted about the ice wall. There's a good chance that they'd be your average numpty and wouldn't be of a higher standard. I hope I'm not pissing off 90% of your audience here. Good job I'm doing this on your channel, eh? But on the one hand, I am genuinely complimenting the standard, especially of Quantum Eraser's audience. The people watching now When I said earlier, I don't know why I'm even appealing to your average Joe Normie here. It's because the reason I say that is because I know that's not the audience. The audience is like blind spot. People have found their way here and stuck around for a reason. They've got a taste of something they like. No nonsense, no bullshit, just us arguing about pedantic facts, the nitty gritty of sometimes stuff that's quite mundane, but without any speculation. Just raw truth as much as we can possibly provide it. And that has an audience. And that audience is a connoisseur of an audience. You know, they are connoisseurs of the information that they want to absorb. And I'm proud. I was proud to listen to it. Very proud. And I will be proud to publish it tomorrow. And you can see by the members' comments that they're echoing the sentiment. They're like, right on, brilliant, and all the rest of it. But along with that, you've got people echoing the sentiment. To say, yeah, we're not going to appeal to the great and washed. The great masses, I've tried to disseminate to Neil on the last few Flat Earth debates, can't give them critical thinking skills. You just can't impart that through YouTube. You know, you can try and teach them logical consistency and logical fallacy, but having somebody step back from stuff and assess it with a head on their shoulders that's critical, most people don't want that. That's why people get successful disseminating nonsense, because the person who's in receipt of that is going, give me stuff to gobble down, I need it. Not stepping back and going, hang on, let's assess this situation. What the hell's going on here? They're going, I need a replacement for that stuff I lost. Really, that kept me going, knowing all of that, having been told it and regurgitating it, and now I can't. So give me something new. I need to regurgitate the facts of the world. Like, okay, I can't help you. You know, try asking yourself this question, sir. Oh, just give me the answers. You're like, oh, frankly, I don't want you as an audience member. Again, I'm probably alienating. That's Charlotte's QE's channel. I don't want that audience member. I like the people like Blind Spot who've got a really high level of discernment and are grateful for the critical thinking skills of every panel member that we have here. You know, that along with keeping my bills paid is what makes it all worthwhile.
I don't pay my bills. I'm blessed like that. I join it because of the truth. And it's heartening. If that's what you just said about Blind Spot, if that's who you are, dude, would you just speak a minute? How did you get here? Because they're the reason I don't get money out of this, you know, but they're the reasons that I bother to carry on, keep banging on in a non-concise manner, as QE might say, yeah. But they're the reason I do so, because you might affect a bit of change in people. So to hear that you've heard about Flat Earth, not quite, you've staggered over stuff that you've not agreed with and come to a kind of found a, not people you even agree with, but at least people you can debate with and discuss things with on a intellectually honest level. That's what I hope.
Well, you guys, if you think about it, you guys have been in this, and I know you hate the word, but you've been in this community, let's say, Nathan, for the last 8 years or whatever, right? And so, and look, it sounds terrible, so bear with me, but it is a little bit of an echo chamber. And maybe what I mean by that is your ideas are fully developed, or at least far further developed than a normie's ideas, right? So when I'm sitting in the car, my colleague and I are driving down the road, and he says, I'm going to put this podcast on, right? And this is something most people laugh at me about, Blind Spot, but I'm going to put it on because I trust you, because we always talk about conspiracy theories. So I know you're not going to laugh at me, right? And he puts on this podcast, and so we're listening, right? And I'm having him pause it every 3 minutes. I'm like, Jesuits? Like, dude, come on, right? Or the next phrase is, well, we're all part of the truther movement. Dude, I'm not part of the truther movement. I know a lot of people that might offend, because what I'm part of mentally is I want the truth. It's not a truther movement, right? It's just brute facts. And that's when I'm lucky, Nathan, I stumbled upon you. And that's the problem. And that's, I think, what you're demonstrating in that video that you published, members only, a censorship story. I stumbled upon you. It was almost by accident, in a sense, right? I don't know who Whitsitt is. I've never seen him, never heard of him, no idea, right? And maybe if I go try to look for him, maybe I'll find him or whoever Dell is. I don't know, right? But the point is, I'm lucky enough that I stumbled upon you guys here because it's brute facts. And that's what normies don't get, right? Normies, and that's me 8 weeks ago, is a normie who's sitting there thinking, are there seriously people out there that believe the earth is flat? Are you freaking kidding me? Right? Like, that's honestly what most people think, right? So where is the validity to this potential claim? Let's put it that way, right? And then coming across what you guys are doing here, what's so brilliant about it is no BS. It's not Jesuits and Masons and ice walls. And I know that rhetoric is getting old on my part, right? But it's that you guys are talking about elevation angles, right? Seeing the black swan or whatever. And the actual facts of the observable universe that we all experience and live in every day. And that's brilliant. What's freaking sad is that I had to stumble upon it. And that you're being forced by whatever, big tech, big media, or whoever else, the Jesuits, right? You're being censored unfairly. Obviously, we would all agree with that standpoint. It is unfair. But I love what you said, Nathan, in that, look, if I had 150,000 subs, it's almost like pop culture consumption, right? It's just whatever. But here it is, real critical thinking, analytical minds coming together and saying, what can we know? And if you state a claim, and QE, you're real good about this, state a claim, back it up, right? And if you can't back it up, you better not be bringing the claim. And so anyways, I think it's awesome what you guys are doing. I'm having a ton of fun. I'm glad you guys have welcomed me into the community, and I'm learning a ton. I've learned more science today in the last 4 hours between Brian and Adam, right? And a little bit of QE. But I've learned more about science today than 12 years of public schooling. Seriously, it's awesome. And just kudos to all of you. Keep it up.
On that note,
Thanks very much.
It's a terrible shame in a way. As much as we are critical of Witzis and Dell, they are still, quote unquote, in our overall subcategory, let's put it that way rather than community. So if they're subcategorized with us in the YouTube algorithm, there's no reason why, given the amount of discussion we have given to Witsit Gets It video should not appear next to Quantum Eraser's feed, because it's been discussed. It should pick it up and put us next to each other. I'm talking about Raichi 00000. I would hope Raichi 00000 video would appear next to this feed. You know what I mean? And therefore, it shouldn't be difficult to stumble across somebody that's been a discussion point in a subject matter like this, where we are categorized. There is very specific subcategories of flat Earth, anti-flat Earth, pro-flat Earth. I was going to say concave, but it's so small now. But there are subcategories within that. Again, within downward acceleration Earth, or upward acceleration Earth, or bias Earth, or whatever it is. All of them still sit under the same umbrella. So why can't they all be recommended to each other so you could find out about incoherent dielectric acceleration if it tickles your fancy? Or the Jesuits. There is a certain aspect of truth that you can show with primary source evidence in respect to the Jesuits' involvement. If you want to see my video on it, I interviewed Johnny Cerrucci, all of the primary source evidence provided in the video. So he told you where he got all of his source information from. You could check it yourself. It was really well researched, all about the Jesuits. Right? Was there anything for me to impart on my audience? Not really. If occasionally people want to know the history of it, if they ask, there might be a folly in discussing it. And it's useful to know how some of the concepts have come to fruition and where the Jesuits come in. That, again, is useful to know for you to step back and go, this isn't useful. Occasionally it is. But, my point is that there's no reason why Johnny Cerrucci or whoever else is discussing the ice wall shouldn't be presented alongside us. It's so closely linked. But yeah, what have we got? When you type in my name or you type in QE's name, you get Tyson videos and you get Vice videos and you get, if you're lucky, you'll get your name on someone else's anti-flat Earth video if they've covered you specifically and someone's searched your name. You'll get McKeegan's video with my name in the title. That's how the algorithm actually works. I'm done. Sorry for the long rant.
Jesuits there. and hopefully, blind spot, you'll recognise this different. I don't not mention Jesuits. But if I do, we talk about the order, what they introduced into the rhetoric, what's provable. What I don't talk about is hidden meaning of the Jesuits. That's conjecture. It's perfectly reasonable to show that a Jesuit order introduced all of these heliocentric paradigms. I won't go into them, but that's reasonable. It's demonstrable. So it's not about not mentioning them. It's just not overstepping
100%.
the boundaries of
Yeah.
you can support your claim with.
It's all about what can be proven evidentiary, and I think that's what you guys do such a brilliant job of, rather than going down. And again, I'll say rabbit holes, although I love rabbit holes, right? I love speculating, and I love talking about Jesuits and Freemasons. Don't even misunderstand me, but not when it comes to really wanting to find out the truth about the claims that this group of people on the fringe called flat earthers are making. And I think that's where it gets muddled sometimes for the masses, right? Because then right? Because if I look for it, like you said, Nathan, if I go on YouTube and I search, and this is what, first of all, let me say this, and I search Nathan Oakley, right? First of all, the first thing that comes up is bike guy with his 2 sticks flying to Regina, Saskatchewan. Like, first of all, why is that the result, right? And then, of course, the first mention of Nathan Oakley I'll find is someone rebutting, right, or refuting or responding to Nathan Oakley rather, rather than Nathan Oakley himself. So that's frustrating. But what's even more frustrating, I showed this to my wife today, right? We all know the hearing at Congress a couple of years about, okay, we're going to put the box to stop the flat earthers, the archaic belief box, right? That you all get on your videos or whatever. But what I did today for my wife, just as an example, is I searched like lizard people dressed as Bigfoot living inside the Hollow Earth. Well, there's no box. Well, why the heck not? Why isn't there a box there, right? Because that would be some ridiculous. And maybe some people here in the audience don't think it's ridiculous, but whatever, right? It's like you can make all these absolutely ridiculous, unsubstantiated claims, no box. But as soon as you mention no visible Earth curvature, you get a box, right? Even though it's like you always say, measured flat, navigable or navigatable flat, etc., right? And that's what's really frustrating as a normie guy coming in now to this community, if you will, per se. And seeing that double standard, right? And it's frustrating. And I know, Nathan, and I know you reject the notion. The other guy came into your live stream the other day about, hey, get on TikTok. Well, I am on TikTok. I've tried that, right? Or go on Twitter, right? Where Elon Musk has reduced the amount of censorship potentially, or whatever. I don't know, right? How do you get the message out? But it's an interesting juxtaposition to your earlier point about, look, if I had 150,000 subs, how many of them are just popcorn eaters? Like, who cares? Like, they're not even subs. They're not even interested. It's almost like this pop culture consumption. But to your point, Adam, 100%. Yes, the Jesuits, Copernicus, maybe he was a Jesuit or whatever. George Lemaitre, who we know was a Jesuit, right? But he was also a scientist. We can't ignore, and I guess that's what frustrates me sometimes. It's like this hand waving of Jesuits just are whatever, evil. And maybe they are. But to say, well, he was a priest. Of course he was a priest, right? All Jesuits are priests or whatever, but they're also potentially physicists, right? Geologists, astronomers, lawyers, right? Canon lawyers, whatever the case might be. And again, they're probably a product of their own indoctrination, right? So it's, Lemaitre, for example, is he was a colleague of Einstein. So we're talking early 1900s. That's 400 years after the order's formed. He's just a product of his own indoctrination. I'm not saying maybe, and I know for a fact, one of the stories I read about him was that Einstein actually rejected his proposition of a Big Bang because Einstein didn't want to have a single point of potential creation, right? And so he felt Lemaitre's proposition of the Big Bang was too Christian of an idea to begin with, right? Even though we now know, through the heliocentric model or whatever. So anyways, I know I'm rambling, but you guys kind of get what I'm driving at. So.
They're good points. They're good points, but you recognize, hopefully, you sound like you recognize, we're not saying the Jesuits did stuff. We're not being conspiratorial in that. We are just noting, though, and it is because this isn't science, this is history. We're just noting where these philosophies come from. What was the origination? and what role they play. Another good one you said there was that in relation to Einstein, Lemaitre. That's another it's another coincidence. Like the moon is exactly the same size in the sky as the sun, even though they're different distances and sizes. Just another coincidence. Yeah. You speak out that you use preponderance of evidence. Okay, and that's where preponderance of evidence is useful in those sorts of things. Preponderance of evidence is no use in science, but in these sorts of things, it doesn't need you to make a claim. You can just disclaim the facts, and the facts can sometimes speak for themselves. You don't have to make a claim.
No,
I'm
for
not
sure.
making a
Can
claim.
I point something out with the world? The problem we have with the world is this. This is the problem. I'm going to use an extremely recent example, and it won't cause any problem with the channel. In the past week, we've had a submarine, right, that supposedly goes down and up 2 miles, right? This little submarine that is engineered together with not independently. What I mean is that it's with different parts that got from different places. So it's a kind of an ad hoc submarine, submersible, I should say, type thing, right? Because they're not even calling it a submarine. Now, for days and days and days, right, all of the Western world at least were like, oh no, this is a tragedy, and will they find these people? Then it turns out that they knew days beforehand that there's no way those people were alive, and they knew that the people were more or less dead, and that whatever. James Cameron is after coming out stating that he knew that they were all dead back on Monday or something, right? And then you have this thing where that was only put out there to divert the public's attention away from what the White House was doing, blah, blah, blah. Not one of these people, right, checked the crush depth of a submarine. Check the crush depth of the best US military, the best US Navy submarine. They've only tested it to 1,500 feet, and it's calculated 3,000 feet, and assumed that it could take 3,000 feet. So the crush depth is anything from 3,000 feet on, and that's an assumed. They've only tested it to 1,500 feet. Submarines travel between 30 and 60 feet below the water, right? How come all of the media, nobody wanted to actually look at what submarines do and what their crush depth is? Now, I understand military submarines are bigger, so that might have because there's more volume, might have let's say a calculated effect. But I can't believe that this little ham hock submarine thing went down 2 miles at any point, considering a US military submarine can't go down more than 1,500 feet and 3,000 feet, as a pre-assumption.
I can't believe,
Brian. Well, let me finish. Let me finish. Just let me finish.
No, Brian.
Please, Aaron, please. No, that's the problem.
Brainwashing, mate. I can't believe a 747 can make that turn and hit the towers, right?
That's not the point I'm making.
It is the point.
Yeah, I may add.
Yeah, let's stop it. Stop it.
Brian, I appreciate the point you're making, but what you're now doing is entering into dealing with baby media hoaxes. And there's many different layers.
No, I'm not trying to have a conversation about the submarine. That's not what I'm doing. I'm pointing out how the public run at anything and don't fact check anything, even media sources. Independent media sources don't fact check these things.
The point is the general public don't assess the media fakery. When at surface level you could just scratch the surface and figure out that it's all bullshit. I understand your point, but in this instance, I don't know. How can I segue away from media hoaxes?
But I'm not talking about media hoaxes. It doesn't have to be the media. It's the public in general don't scratch the surface. Doesn't have to be on TV or on the internet or on the news. They don't scratch the surface. That's the problem we have. And that's the problem we have. Our group, that's the problem we have. They don't scratch the surface. We try and scratch the surface. That's the difference.
I agree. And that goes back
and
to...
that's why you don't have 500,000 subscribers, Nathan.
Exactly. That's where I was going to go. I was going to link it back to Blind Spot's point in regards to exactly that. The discernment level of the subscriber base that we have as a collective, that is, you included, Brian, are of a very, very high standard. I know you've got quite a high baller infestation because you don't necessarily mod your comments, which is intentional, and I appreciate that. But yeah, the discernment level from our audience is high. And yeah, as Blind Spot put it, we could have just a ton of popcorn eaters that aren't that interested in the subject. Well, that doesn't feel very worthy, it doesn't. And I've been saying it since the start, subscribe if you've not done so already, because I'm not interested in people adding accounts to just increase the numbers. Quite the opposite. I want the people who are on that number of whatever it is, 25,000, which is still, as much as it's demeaned by me as being pitiful and small, it actually isn't. It's of a note. It's a noteworthy platform that we together have built, and it is attracting people of a high level of discernment. Now, that is a good focus to have. But on the other hand, I hate talking about media fakery. It just bugs the hell out of me. I mean, I could waffle on about it.
It's not the media fakery that I'm trying to highlight. That's just an example that everyone can.
I've got your point. I know you're using it as an example. Point out that the general audience that we could attain, surface scratchers, and the reason that they would gobble down incoherent dielectric acceleration or an upward rising Earth, because they're surface scratchers. They haven't got critical thinking skills, and generally here they get put off. They don't want it. They want us. The people who come because they object to the fact we haven't indulged in their fantasy. They want us to. They're more often than not, appealing to us. Please indulge me in my fantasy. Just understand how this speculation might be validated in the future, or something to that effect. They never go away satisfied, do they? Quite the contrary, they hate us. You're not going to win friends if friendship from the majority of people is giving them an answer rather than offering them the ability to use critical thinking skills. People don't want to expend the energy. It does take energy to do that. Your brain requires food and power like the rest of your body. To process stuff and think about it takes energy. Most people don't want to commit the energy, the physical food, and the expenditure of your head warming up by you looking at stuff and thinking about it. Quite literally. People don't want to think. Sad. I don't want them as my audience.
So they'll waste their time listening to nonsense. That's what you're telling me?
Yeah, like I do. I do that too. I tell you about the crap I watch on YouTube so that I can go, with a coffee and a cigarette and not think about it. Well, people want to go to Flat Earth because they've got a fascination with it. But ultimately, they want to veg out like it's their soap opera. Just take in the information. They don't want to be left going, that doesn't make any sense with something I already understand. That leaves them frowning, having to think, like they've been forced to think about something. They don't like it and they want to blame us. No, don't make me think about stuff. Just give me an answer so I can go away content. I haven't got that to offer, I'm afraid. Well, then you're crap. I'll find someone who has, that I can veg in front of with popcorn and just absorb the fascinating and fanciful information they give me. It's lovely thinking about why we've still got down to explain. I mean, I do need to know why we're not floating off after all.
Well, that's the trouble, Nathan. Ultimately, we're selling shit as guys. We're not selling anything other than discontentment. Yeah? We don't offer... We don't offer any succor or comfort. Yeah? We offer destruction. A bit like Christ, yeah? I'm not here. I bring the sword, yeah? I don't offer anything to reclaim. I give you nothing in return after I take your ball. Yeah, I can't. Through honesty. It's a shit sale. We're shit salesmen, and that's why we're unpopular as well. Because we're not salesmen. We're speaking truth. Not trying to sell you something else. Trying to show you what the crap you've been sold previously.
Been there, Neil. Do you remember when a baller appealed to me after he'd been annihilated for an explanation? I told him, I've told many ballers, no, after I take away your paradigm and you admit that it's not real, yeah, pull up my pants having taken a dump, and I walk away laughing. I don't have to give you anything. Yeah? Metaphorical teabagging is all you're going to get. Now, who wants that? Again, back to what we were talking about earlier with the people who don't want to attend flat Earth debate anymore, who were in their droves when they thought they could win. Nobody wants to come for a teabagging, Neil, do they? That means they know they're going to lose. What have we got to sell that person? Nothing. Same applies to Tysons and the Krauses and the Coxes. What have we got to sell them? What's in it for me when they assess us and what we offer? They might have something to gain if we've got an incoherent dielectric acceleration for sale. That's got a value to it. People want that, right? It fills a little void that's been left, doesn't it? Unfortunately, we haven't got that for sale. Very few people want to visit a stand when they get to the stand and you go, what are you offering? Well, you see your car that you pulled up in? It's going to kill you in the next couple of days. What? Cost me 20 grand. Yeah, but did you know that when they installed those brakes, they actually used the wrong size nuts? That's an outrage. I've just paid for. So you're not happy with me telling you that this thing's not very good and that you were lied to about its quality? No, I'm not at all happy. I was content not knowing. What are you going to do about the bolt's wrong size? Oh, I'm not going to do anything about it. Not my car. You've just told me how wrong it is. Are you going to go to the Ford garage and go on the picket lines and get them all to strike because of the quality problems? No, I don't drive a Ford. I couldn't give a crap. What are you doing here? Just telling me that my Ford's crap? I'm just telling people that their cars are crap. That's all I'm doing. It's fun for me. Now sling your rock, get lost. You've got a crap car. Well, I do that with their religion. I do that with their religion, Neil. What's that?
Yeah,
What am I selling? I'm selling how wrong you are in your religious faith of a ball. Oh, what have you got to offer in replacement? Oh, absolutely nothing. Oh, what is the world? I don't know. It's measured flat. That isn't even a shape. A comparison to your paradigm where you've got a thing like a ball that you can equate to being the entirety of the Earth. Can't even do that. I couldn't tell you. So you can't even tell me what's at the edge. Like I've got as a straw man idea of your flat Earth. No, I don't claim an edge. I've got no idea. Literally, I'm telling you, I don't know. Well, that's not good enough. Tell me what's at the edge. I don't even know if there is an edge. You must have something to give me. Nah, sorry. Well, why is the sky blue? Dunno. How far's the sun? Dunno.
Neil,
that's the thing, though.
when people are addicted, Neil, how much easier is it to offer a heroin addict methadone than cold turkey?
Oh yeah, much easier.
That's a
Actually, they
brilliant
welcome
example. It's the best example so far. Exactly.
it. Yeah, they
The globe
welcome
with
it. They welcome
heroin and incoherent dielectric acceleration is just a little teeny bit of methadone. That's a wicked example.
No, that's wrong. How do you get that out of that?
Neil, have you got your methadone? There's other people in the queue. That's right, incoherent dielectric acceleration. That's right. That's why everything goes down. Are you still here? Get lost, Neil.
The high's not quite as good as it was, but the soothing effect lasts a little bit longer because of the community. A little bit like methadone and heroin.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Let me just check.
5-minute warning.
Oh.
5-minute warning.
We don't care. 4 more hours.
There's other drugs you can come off heroin with. You know, you can get yourself some diazepam in the form of upward rising earth. There's plenty of people offering short-term relief in the form of a little pill that says Earth's rising up, or there's a downward bias because of incoherent dielectric acceleration, or there's a gravity force and Earth's really moving up relative to you falling down at a 0 on a scale with 1g holding you down. You know, whatever you like. Pills, there's plenty of them. Like I say, that's the downside to if you want to grow a subscriber base. You haven't got any pills to offer. People are like, nothing on your stand for sale. Yeah, I know. Now let me talk about your religion that you think you're living in. What? That's what we've got to sell. So yeah, there's going to be a very limited number of people that go, I see the worth in this. Yeah, you're getting down to brass tacks, aren't you? and you've applied the correct standards where they're applicable. A historic standard when you're talking about the Bible. Comment us all the time. Why are you talking about the Bible? This is a Bible show. So if you're talking about a historic standard, there ain't really much of a higher standard. So I'm going to be listening to what it's got to offer because of the references and how high a quality it is in terms of standards. When you look at historic standards, like this is it's got all of it. It ticks all the boxes. Like, well, I'm going to listen. I'm not a Christian. I'm not professing that you should be converting to Allah either. But if there's stuff that's worth listening to, I'm going to listen to it. Same applies to any other standard that we apply. If it's scientific, we'll apply a scientific standard. If it's legal, we'll apply a legal standard. And when it comes to debate, you can extrapolate what was discussed earlier by QE in terms of the standards that you see in a courtroom. The person that's going to get convicted is the one that's had the jury listen to the most convincing evidence, not the one that's had the defense talk over the prosecution when they're laying out the evidence, or ignored it entirely, not addressed it, and called the prosecutor a bit stern. Or say, is this how people want to be remembered by? Or something like that. That isn't what we try and achieve. We're cutting down to the brass tacks of what we really do or don't know. And that often doesn't result in any pain relief for someone who's lost a paradigm. Sorry, we don't want to bullshit you. We could offer you something. Why bother? You'll only be disappointed in the future when you find out that's not true. For the now, I'm your guru if I do, and you'll definitely subscribe if I've offered you something that lets you listen to the show and eat your popcorn and hear how the Jesuits are behind it all and the hidden hand is controlling NASA. I could do that. Definitely get me more subs, but I wouldn't really want any of them. Let's be honest.
Take us home, sir. Take us home, sir.
Exactly where I thought I shoot at the right amount of time, didn't I?
Yep.
With that, I'm going to say first and foremost, a huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you in Quantum Eraser's live audience for smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, all that good stuff. Obviously, a massive thank you to today's Ballbusters panel and any of the members of the public who joined the live stream Ballbusters Discord server. Link below if you want to join for future shows. A massive thank you to Quantum Eraser, our illustrious hosts. I've been Nathan Oakley, and we will see you all in the next Ballbusters.